recording? Okay. Good afternoon. Notice the meetings. This is the Balcones Heights Crime Control and Prevention District Board of Directors meeting. It's 5:30 on Monday, October 28th. Take notice that a regular called meeting of the Crime Control and Prevention District Board of Directors of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, will be held on the 28th day of October 2024 at 5:30 p.m. in the Justice Center located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas, to act upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including, among others, the following business. So we have a call to order and a recording of quorum. We do have a quorum. Second, the approval of minutes from the July 22nd, 2024 meeting. Do I hear a motion in that regard?
Motion to approve the minutes.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion to approve the minutes for the July 22nd meeting has been presented and seconded. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Valverde?
Aye.
Mr. Lisea?
Yay.
Mayor Rodriguez?
Yay.
Councilman Sellers?
Yeah.
Councilman Burton?
Yay.
The motion passes 5-0. Citizens to be heard. Elisa, are there any citizens to be heard at this time?
No, sir, not at this time.
Thank you. Business items. The board will review, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt an order approving the district finances through September 30th, 2024. Mr. Messick? You're slowing me down, Mr. Messick.
You broke it. There you go.
Okay.
Already on the email, because it wasn't on the Dropbox, in the email. There's two emails. Yeah, there's two emails labeled. Crime Control. Yes.
That's, yeah. I try to run an efficient ship and then
Okay, well, finally, we're here. Good evening, everyone. According to the bylaws, I owe you a report at the end of every quarter. And so this report is for the last quarter of the fiscal year 2024. It covers the period of 1 July through September 30th, 2024. And as I said, it's the last one for the last fiscal year. We always include the trial balance to start off with. And of course, for a trial balance to be balanced, your total assets must equal your total liabilities and fund balance. And of course, it does for this fund and for all the city's funds. From your perspective, what I would be interested in with this report is the revenues and expenses for the quarter. And you see the revenues are about 831,000 and expenses about 870,000. So revenues over expenses at the time of this report was negative 38,000. But of course, we know that sales taxes are 2 months behind. So when you factor in another 150,000 of revenue, it looks like we're going to have a pretty good year for the crime control district. Probably build the fund balance up a little over 3 months going into next year when all is said and done. And that's a good thing. You also have your line item budget at September 30th as your second handout. Of course, all the numbers that you see on the trial balance came off of this, but everything's broken out there for you. This is last year's budget, so I know we all moved on, but nevertheless, if you have any questions about it, I'll be glad to answer it.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Nice. So Floyd, what is the anticipated, what do you think that we'll probably be getting in excess of revenues? Or you mentioned there'll be excess.
Yeah.
To offset this 38K that we're currently in right now.
Yeah, normally I would say I would hate to guess, but especially when it's September 30th, I really hate to guess because the problem is September 30th stays open until March and there could be auditors adjustments. We still may have some lagging bills that are coming in. I know we have 2/3 of a payroll that's not recorded on this. And plus we have the sales taxes coming in, but I would guess at about $100,000 of revenue over expenses.
At that point, we anticipate being back in the red, the black and not in the red at 38.
Correct. Right now, we show a negative revenue over expenses, but like I said, we still got 2 months of sales taxes coming in. That's usually around 150 plus expenses that make
So
it.
we're looking at possibly about 78, 72,000 plus.
About 100,000.
About 100. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Just Mr. Burton.
Have you noticed any difference with Five Below opening?
They're not registering on the, when we go to our analytics from the people that do that for us. I'm not seeing them specifically. They're probably in there, but is it making a difference, a major difference on sales taxes? No, it's an increase, of course, because they're in business, but nothing that's pegging the meter yet.
At WSS?
Neither of them, no, sir.
Were there any other questions for Mr. Messick at this?
As long as we're not spending more than taking in, We're doing good so far, I guess.
Thank you. So, Mr. Messick, do we need to approve this revised budget?
I think the way it's written, it's two separate things that we're approving. So this would be the first one.
This is the information, and then the second one's where we actually take the action. Reason I ask, the agenda item says take appropriate action on the first one.
Yes, sir. Typically, we only have one and it's this, and we vote on it. So I would say yes, we're voting on to approve this and the next one. But Frank will tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to approve the revision?
Motion
This
to
is not the
approve.
revision. This is just the
just-
quarterly.
Quarterly
the
update?
Quarterly report, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve the order.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sellers. Can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank
You have here 824,000, 2 months behind. Can you explain that?
Yes, sir. These are sales tax collections and they are 2 months behind. So the sales tax collections that we get in September were actually for July. And so then the ones that we're going to get in October, of course, will be for August. And we won't get the final sales taxes for FY '24 until November, which are for September.
So they are coming in,
Yes, sir. About another 150,000 plus or minus.
and the utilities and facility maintenance, 126,000. You have receipts for those expenditures?
Yes, sir. We're invoiced for all of this stuff and we have the records for it for the auditors.
All right. I have no more questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be recognized.
Yes, Mayor.
So, Floyd, how many positions do we have now currently funded under the crime control? We had the cameras, and now what do we have since we eliminated those positions?
It's the equivalent of around 8 positions, but there's no particular positions recorded to the fund this year. What we do is we take a percentage of the overall police budget and we see what we can afford in the crime control district, and we put that amount down there. So going forward into 25, that's 45%. So 55% of police would be paid in general fund and 45% would be paid in crime control, which is about the equivalent of 8 people.
In terms of people, staff, how many do you estimate that we currently fund right now out of this budget?
Out of this budget,
Yeah, you mentioned a 55% for police and
55% would, just the police, only police can go here. And so it's 55% general fund, 45% this fund, which is the equivalent of about 8 people.
okay, and then, but equivalent to the 55%, what in terms would you classify that as employees, in terms of number of employees?
Well, there's 18 total, so probably 10 in the general fund and 8 in the crime control.
And 8 in the crime control, okay.
You know, but it's by percentage, not by people, but
I'm sorry?
it is by percentage, but not. the
Yeah, and that's
equivalent.
just general idea.
Uh-huh.
And so if we're funding 8, out of those 8, are they specified as patrolmen, corporals, sergeants?
No, sir,
Lieutenant?
as a percentage, it's whatever percentage.
Okay,
It's-
so is
it's
that done-
All of them, all,
Yeah, just-
everyone. Yeah.
just for my clarification, is that done on a quarterly basis as to determine how many you're gonna fund? Or is it done on a monthly basis, is it on need,
Yeah, it was
Uh,
done at the budget level when we passed the budget.
right? When we did
And then
that?
every time we run a payroll, those expenses are recorded and distributed to the funds accordingly.
Okay,
So-
but I guess what I'm trying to get a handle on is just, at what point can we gauge what we're funding out of the Crime Control Commission? I mean, out of the Crime Control Fund?
Yeah, but certainly these quarterly reports, you can see it, because on your budget, if you look at your budget, we have a percentage there that says it should be so much percentage of the budget, right? So at the halfway point, we should be 50%. So you would look at your payroll expenses and you would hope to see 50% plus or minus. And the
Understood.
same with the revenues and all the other expenses.
I guess it's safe to say quarterly, then we can take it.
Quarterly, yes, sir, you get this quarterly, but you also get the entire budget every month in your council
Absolutely, all
package.
right.
And that will be broken down by each month. So the first month, 8%, next month, 19%, whatever it is, and 25%.
Is there a way to calculate, and I have a reasoning behind asking these questions, but is there a way to calculate on the quarterly basis, assuming that we can take that particular figure, on a quarterly basis, we can assume, or at any given time, a request can be made and say, at this point, the budget has funded X amount of police employees under that fund. You could provide that information, correct?
That is provided every month in your line item budget and every quarter for the board, yes. Sir.
Okay, and how would we be able to identify that? Would specifically say funded by the crime control?
So let's look at the budget. If you look on it, you'll see that there is a percentage up there that says, in this case, 100%.
Well, this budget-
Second page of the handout, yes, sir. And so at the top, it'll say 100% of budget. So halfway through the budget cycle, obviously, it'll say 50% of the budget. And you can just go down that line and see where your revenues are tracking.
Mhm.
If it's 50%, your revenues, well, sales taxes are a little behind, but your expenses should be around 50% if it's halfway, and your salary should be about 50% if we're halfway into the year. So you'd be able to tell by each line item budget and each quarterly report.
Okay, like for example, on this fiscal year 22, 23, you have the total salaries and then you have overtime and all that there. Then you got the 24, 23, 24, correct? And then the current year line item. Okay. All right, good. Thank you, sir, very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other discussions? All right, we have a motion that has been second. Mr. Valverde,
Yay.
Mr. Hosea,
Yay.
Mayor,
Yay.
Mr. Sellers,
Yeah.
Mr. Burton.
Yay.
The item passes 5-0. So our next business item is discussion and action to amend the Balcones Heights Crime Control District Funds 2024-2025 budget to incorporate changes made in the city's approved 2024-2025 budget. Mr. Messick.
Yes, sir. Everyone, we just recently passed our FY 25 budget. So for the crime control district, we passed the budget based on $1,021,000 of revenue and expenses. However, the budget that was passed by this board back in June prior to that was different than the one we just passed recently. And that's because we have to start early with the crime control budget every year. And we make the statement every year that the budget that you're passing now, June, is not going to look like the one it is in October. And sure enough, it never does. And so what we're doing now, what we have to do is go back to the board and say, hey, I know we approved this budget in June, but can we take the one that we just passed in September instead? Can we take that budget instead? And it's just a formality that we have to go through because we're going to go by the one that the city passed in September regardless. But nevertheless, we still have to go back and get permission to amend the budget to make it say what the city's budget says.
And that difference is,
The difference is a $17,000 difference. That's on your staff report. And it basically, when we did our estimates for this June budget, they were really based on March numbers. And we thought that we would have a little bit better on the sales taxes at the time. So we budgeted $1,038,000. Well, towards the end of the year, when the numbers firm up a little bit, we realized it was going to be around $1,021,000. So that's a $17,000 difference. So revenues went down, expenses went down accordingly by changing that formula as to what payroll goes into the crime control district. And so we end up with a balanced budget either way in the district.
thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Messick?
Just one quick one. You beat me to it, Mr. Chairman. A question. That answered my question on the difference between the 138, because that's what I remembered we had approved in that last meeting, and then it went to 121, so $17,000 difference. Those new positions that we recently filled when we approved the budget, that we became available under the police, was that funded under this crime control? Is that where it was unilaterally moved to fund that positions? Where we
Yes,
could balance the budget?
Yes, sir. Going forward, everything goes to the general fund. And the
Right.
percentage is taken out and put into the crime
Okay.
control.
So originally,
So savings too. I mean, if,
Right.
if we see savings, it'll show across both funds.
and that's what I thought when we funded those originally, those two positions that were, at the time stated that we were losing those two positions in lieu of the dispatch, outsourcing dispatch option. And then that's how those two positions got filled. So that answers my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Messick? All right, this is an action item, so we do need a motion to amend the budget.
Motion to amend the crime control budget.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Valverde,
Yay.
Mr. Losea,
Yay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yay.
Mr. Sellers,
Abstain.
Mr. Burton.
Yay.
All right, motion passes 4-0 with one abstain. All right. Thank you. At this point, we will adjourn at 5:50 PM.
Texas. Notice is hereby given, the above call meeting of the governing body of the city of Balcones Heights, Texas will be held on Monday, October 28, 2024, 6 p.m. For the record, it was 6:02 in the Justice Center located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas 78201, to consider and act upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including among others, the following items to be discussed and acted upon. So we're going to call to order and recording of a quorum. We do have a quorum. Okay. Now we're going to do the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the U.S. and Texas flags. Who is the person next to do the,
I don't know who it was, but I'll do it.
okay? Councilman Lysia? Councilman Sine?
Oh, Heavenly Father, we are gathered here today to form judgments and make decisions that will affect the lives of those committed to our charge. Please give us wisdom and understanding. Guide our decisions. May they be fair, just, and merciful. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Guest, anywhere that we can provide for the guests to sit, some of the ladies, staff? Would we have any extra chairs? If anyone would like to chivalry and gentleman would like to give up his chair for a lady, it would be nice. Anybody that can physically. Okay, you can use that one as well. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Anybody needs it, you're welcome to that chair. Great. Okay, good. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that act of chivalry. So at this time, citizens who have filled out a registration form prior to the start of the meeting may speak on any topic they wish to bring to the attention of the governing body, so long as the topic is not on the agenda for this meeting. During the citizens to be heard section, no council action may take place and no council discussion or response is required to the speaker. Citizens who wish to speak on a specific agenda item, when that item is called for discussion, must first fill out a registration form prior to the start of the meeting indicating which agenda item they wish to address. And so in these type of presentations that we have, the public is given the opportunity to address their governing body. And as I stated in the past before, we run a parliamentary procedure meeting. So if there are any disruptive actions or activities, we have zero tolerance for that. And we will have to ask the person to be removed from the chambers. It also applies to the council members as well. So let's go ahead and move forward. We now have the citizens to be heard. So let's start with Miss June Davis, 242 Crestview. Increase in garbage pickup.
I'm sorry, I don't know any of y'all. My name is June Davis and I live at 242 Crestview. I've lived there since December of 1966. I really enjoy Balcones Heights. It's a great place to live. But when I got up and going through my mail this morning, I found this and I was absolutely furious. I'm retired. I'm on a budget. I don't get an increase in anything, Social Security, but it doesn't help that much. And I would like to know why mine went from $57 every 3 months to almost $85. That's just too much money. I don't know how I'm going to make this in my budget, but I'm going to have to do it somehow. And so that's my concern is why and who made this decision and why weren't the citizens told about this decision? And did you, whoever made this decision, did you consult 5, 10, 15 different places to see who had good reputations, what the money was? Why was this picked? This is ridiculous to have to go up to this amount. I had no problems with the previous one. Some people may have had problems. I did not. They were always good. They were always efficient. I have no complaints. But I want to know another thing too is Balcones Heights franchise, $4.44. What does that mean? And why do I have to pay $4.44 extra? So that is my concern. That's my complaint. That's the only one I have. Thank you very much.
Sir. Mr. Lamar Gillian, former city councilman, thank you for being here, Mr. Right ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. Ms. Davis, I'll hand you something explaining how they got to the 8466 in a little bit. Okay. And I'm here to talk about the trash bill. I was surprised when I got the trash bill. I was expecting somewhere around $74 for a bill, and it was $84.66. That's a 41.6% increase over what we were paying with Republic. I called, I'll just read you a part of the email that I sent out to the city council members. I didn't want to get blindside anybody. But our trash bill with the new vendor was supposed to be a slight increase as briefed in August regular city council meeting. And if you go to 3 hours and 19 minutes in the meeting, you'll hear those words from the briefer. Well, my last bill for quarter ended 9/30 was $59.77. And my new bill with Frontier is $84.66. That's an increase of $24.89, which is a percentage increase of 41%. Apologize for repeating myself. I called Frontier Waste Solutions this morning. By the way, their number is 210-807-8555 if anybody needs it, and verified the new bill with them. And the lady was very, very helpful. She gave me the breakdown. Trash 2 times weekly is $17.99 a month. Recycle once weekly is $6.60. If you have a copy of the contract, council members, you'll see that it's cheaper to get recycled twice a week at $4 and something than once. And so I think there's something squirrely in their financial system. Total monthly bill of those two is $24.59. Total for 3 months is $73.77. Balcones franchise fee, I don't recall paying that before, but maybe we did. It's $4.44. Total before sales tax is $78.21. Sales tax is $6.45, and bingo $84.66. Council is not required to respond to under citizens to be heard. Hopefully it will be on the next agenda meeting so the mayor and council can explain why they went with this vendor. And I thank you for your time, Mayor and council members. I appreciate it. I'll hand you this on the way back to my chair.
Thank you, former Councilman Gillian. Okay, we have Tammy Rife, item number 2. So we're going to get to that item when we get Tammy. All these other items as we go along, I'll call them. There are different number items in the request from the citizens. There are no more open type questions that are being asked at this time. Is there anyone in this list that signed up that wants to make a public comment in general? Mr. Former Councilman White?
Greetings, council. Greetings, mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. The first of the month, I hadn't received any information from the new trash vendor, so I called them. And they said it'd be $120 for 3 months. And I said, well, that's just outrageous, you know. So she said, well, you don't have to use the recycle. You can put everything into one container, and which is comparable to what we were paying to start with. Although I don't think we're being conscientious to the environment. So it paid the bill. They said they'd send me a statement. Still haven't sent me a statement for the 1 month that I paid for. No, I paid for 3. It was like Mr. Gillian said, 58 something for just the one trash. But I do remember I was at that meeting at council, and they said that the cost, I believe is the old city administrator said it'd be equitable, but y'all didn't have any, I don't think y'all had anything in your packets regarding trash pickup or the new contract at that time. I know y'all worked hard on the budget, labored over it. I thank you, but it's not over with. And the reason I say that is the mall, the acquisition at the mall is still looming. And I'm not sure if we're in our 3rd or 4th year of the contract, but in 5 years, there's a balloon note. And that's going to be pretty hefty. We'll definitely have to refinance. Nonetheless, Sid brought up a young lady that had good ideas for grants. And we really need a city administrator that can write grants or has been involved in them. But I don't know if any of y'all have gotten that information or looked it up. We're already involved in grants. We get the MPO for the big streets, and we get the CDBG grants for the smaller streets. So we're already locked into grants. One thing about grants, once you start them, there are certain leverage points that the federal government will make against you or for you. So anytime you get into those, you need to make sure what you're dealing with. Reserve officers. We had that program before, and it's not a new program. And actually the sergeants worked that program. It wasn't necessarily administrative. So, I mean, we've done it before. We have a format. It was actually sort of a blessing. I was struggling to get some items out to the front yard. It was rather hard on me, but a police car drove by and both officers got out and offered assistance. And actually, if we had reserves, we could be putting 2 people in a car, which I think would be wonderful. So nonetheless, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, former Councilman White. Okay, so I think we finished all the items with the general. Now let's move on to the agenda. So again, I'll repeat, citizens who wish to speak on a specific agenda item when that item is called for discussion must fill out a registration form prior to the start of the meeting indicating which agenda item they wish to address. And we have them here, just for the record. So we will go with presentations of police and fire promotions and new hire introductions. Staff, let's go ahead and proceed with that. Who do we start with first? Chief Maraki?
All right, good evening, City Council, staff members, and guests. Tonight, I'm honored to be presenting the following firefighters, 2 of which have been promoted to new positions and will be assuming a new role and responsibilities within the organization. The other 2 will be new hires joining the organization. And So to get on with it, I'll first introduce the newest members. First, I'd like to bring up Casey Ellswick. Casey's he's one of the new hires. He's fresh out of the academy. So he's excited to begin his career here, and he's already kind of seen some good and exciting things. Second is Brian Ricklick. He has he's new to the organization, but he's not new to the fire service. He has 15 years of experience, some of it with Bear Verde and the other remainder with Hollywood Park. So it's good to have somebody with a lot of fire service knowledge, and all we have to do is train them with the city and how we work here. Thank you. So next, I want to move on to the promoted officers. They worked hard. They always work hard. I can always count on them. I could always count on them to help me out and make things run smoothly. So first, I'd like to introduce newly appointed Ruben Rosas. Ruben Rosas has 23 years of fire service, serving 19 with Seguin and 6 years here. And so he's worked hard. I'll always count on him. He kind of spearheaded the Citizens Fire Academy about 2 years ago. We'd kind of like to talking about bringing that back. But again, he has 23 years of fire service with Seguin in here. He's a paramedic, fire inspector, fire instructor, arson investigator, and certified peace officer. I'm glad that the knowledge and experience he brings to the organization makes him an asset on scene and a mentor at the firehouse to the younger guys. Glad to have him. Thank you. And last, I'd like to bring up Captain Zach Baldwin. Captain Baldwin has been with the Balcony Heights Fire Department for 7 years. He has an associate in fire science, an adjunct instructor at the Sac Regional Fire Academy, certified state certified fire inspector, fire instructor, and various other certifications. In addition to that, he played a key role. But really, he did most of the work, all the work in obtaining a FEMA grant for us, which was valued at about 70,000, which was, we were able to get a SCBA fill station and other tools and equipment that we needed for the trucks, and so we can kind of be more self-sufficient and not rely on other neighboring departments. His leadership abilities and work ethic make him an invaluable member of the organization. He's someone I can turn to and ask, and he'll carry out the functions and whatever duties need to be done. So again, I'm glad to have all these guys working. I'm glad to be working for these guys and also have these guys working with me and helping the organization run smooth and you know, good. Thank you, and y'all go ahead and come on up. So first, I guess you want to do the pinning, pin the captain. So we'll pin Captain Zach first. This is his wife. So he's taking off his lieutenant badge.
Guess if anyone wants to come up, take pictures from the front, you can go ahead and do so.
Then bring up Ruben. So Ruben will be pinned by his son, who's also a firefighter with District 5 Fire Department. Ruben, Ruben. Yes, yeah, boss. We'll get all of y'all. From here?
Right there in front.
Mayor, Mayor.
Yes, go right ahead,
Yeah,
Councilman.
Chief, are you done? Are you done? Okay, firefighters, if you all, welcome to our community, and I'd like for you all to come back so we can congratulate you up front, please. The new firefighters, new promoted, new firefighters.
So as the mayor of the city, I'd like to personally say thank you to each and every one of you to join in our family. You know, the important role that you provide to our city is immeasurable. Lots of times you're there when people need you, they're sick, they call and you're there and you pick people up, you help them. And it's been a tremendous asset that we have this service and we have this added staff. Also, the fact that the way the fire department operates is commendable. They do their job, they keep their head on the job, and nothing else matters but that. And so I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your dedication to your job and your craft. So welcome, and anything we can do for you, please don't hesitate to contact my office or any of the other staff offices. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Okay. So I think we finished that. Again, thank you again. So we're going to move now to the consent agenda items.
Mayor, we have
Oh.
police department.
Oh, I didn't know, didn't say here. Oh, fire, police and fire, my bad,
Thank
my
you.
mistake. So now we have the police.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Special day today, right? Both sides, fire and police. Our first officer, we should have four. I'm not sure if our fourth one made it, but he's having a little car problems as it always is on a special day. But first officer, we're going to hire in order as we hired them. It's Officer Andrew Donato. We asked him to submit a little bio, so y'all can actually just get a preview of what's coming out from on the streets. You can see that they're built like a action figure. You know, so they're faster, they're stronger, they're good looking. So without further ado, Officer Andrew Donava formerly served as a deputy jailer for the Bear County Sheriff's Office, where he began his career in law enforcement on the detention side. After serving 2 years at the Bear County Sheriff's Office, Officer Donava wanted to continue to serve his community in a different capacity. So at the time, he decided to become a Texas police officer and enrolled in the San Antonio College Law Enforcement Academy. Officer Donava graduated in 2022 and began his patrol career with the Catskill Hills Police Department. After serving the city of Catskill Hills for 2 years, Officer Donava wanted to pursue a new endeavor. Officer Donava applied as an officer with our city here at Balcony Heights and was given the opportunity to serve our community. Officer Donava is honored to serve our community and is grateful for the city council and chief of police for this opportunity. He has requested the best partner he has ever worked with. Officer Sharon Rodriguez to pin him today on his badge. So Mayor, Council, staff, residents, Balcony Heights, please join me in welcoming Officer Andrew Donava into our department.
Mine's already been addressed, guys, but this is a great opportunity. I'm happy to be here and serve this community. Thank you again, City Council and the chief of police for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
So I guess what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do the swearing in and we'll get each officer done that way. I think we have three of them. So go ahead and take care of that. I can't see without my glasses, so just raise your right hand and face me. So I, Andrew Denaba, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of a full-time peace officer of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, of this state, and the city of Balcony Heights, Texas. So help me God. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Our next officer we'll be introducing is Officer Angelina Laredo. Nervous? Don't be nervous. Thank you, council, staff, residents. So Officer Angelina Laredo is a native of San Antonio. She attended Stafford Elementary School, Bear County Academy, and Harmony Science Academy High School, just right down the street. Officer Laredo has been drawn to law enforcement ever since she was in middle school, as she recalls that her father serving for the city of San Antonio. She knew that becoming an officer was her goal in life. Officer Laredo was a COVID graduate and grew up on the west side of San Antonio, to which she still resides today. In 2022, she enrolled in the San Antonio College Law Enforcement Academy and was hired by the Balcony Heights Police Department, a full-time police officer. She is honored and she was selected to fill a full-time position and is excited to begin her career in our city. Mayor, council, staff, and residents of Balcony Heights, please join me in welcoming Officer Laredo into our department.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity and I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
We'll do the swearing in first, and he can be up here with us. Let's do the swearing in, and then he can pin. Give us 1 minute, we'll do the swearing in, okay. So just raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I, Angelina Laredo, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of this office of a full-time police officer of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, of this state, the city of Balcony Heights, Texas, so help me God. Yes, sir. Look, it appears that they did. I would definitely standing up here in front of my council and staff here. Officer Solomon Diaz Ortiz. This one may take a minute because I was talking to his mother and he's got an extensive background, so. All right, doing good. Sir. Officer Solomon Diaz Ortiz grew up in the town of Johnson City, Texas, where he graduated from LBJ High School and joined the U.S. Air Force in 1998 as a security force member. Officer Ortiz deployed to multiple locations, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Iraq. He was assigned to join a joint task force to the Army 2632 or 2nd Gun Truck Detachment in 2005, 2007, 2009, providing security for convoys in Iraq. He returned back into Texas in 2019 and became a detention officer at the Blanco County Jail. While at the Blanco County Jail, he attended San Antonio College Police Academy, where he graduated from the academy and was hired by the Johnson City Police Department. Officer Solomon Diaz Ortiz is excited to be working at the Balcony Heights Police Department and is grateful for the opportunity. Mayor, council, staff, residents of our Balcony Heights, please join us in welcoming Officer Solomon Diaz Ortiz into our department.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council. Thank you, chief, for the opportunity. Excited to work for the community, and I'm going to give it my best. Thank you.
Just raise your right hand. Repeat after me. So I, Solomon Diaz Ortiz,
Solomon Diaz Ortiz,
do solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
of a full-time peace officer
of a full-time peace officer
of the United States of Texas,
United States of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
of this state,
the
city of Balcony Heights, Texas.
and the city of Balcony Heights, Texas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You want me to take pictures from your phone? You want to come here? You get a picture? Ready, Mom? Good. Odie Schilling, he's not hiding out there, is he? No, he wasn't able to make it. Mayor, council, like I had explained, he had car problems, so we probably have to reschedule the last one. Officer Cody Schilling, but we'll probably get that on the next one. Appreciate it. Yeah.
How many officers was that total?
3 today and 1 in the future.
So 4 total?
Yes, sir.
Kobe Shelley is the 4th one?
4.
Thank you. everyone, please welcome to our city. We welcome you with open arms. We hope that you will serve with honor and that you will protect yourselves while you're out there and be very careful. God bless
Sure.
and a Godspeed. Councilman Lysia?
Yes, Officer Sam, if you all would like, please come forward so we can congratulate you. And welcome to our community, fire and police officers. Welcome. We look forward to working with you and you taking care of us. Thank you, and it's a blessing to have you guys and girls. Thank you.
Hope to see you in the neighborhood. Saying hi. Thank you for your service for Air Force. Thank you. Hope to see you out in the streets. Okay, be careful out there. So y'all be very careful out there and just watch yourself, and same with the fires. As a former peace officer myself, graduate out of the academy in '87, I know what it's like. And so be very careful out there and take care of yourselves.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes.
before we get into consent agenda items, while we still have some residents here, can we all kind of put our brains together and think of maybe a called meeting to discuss the trash? We can,
Yeah, I think we need to do that during the,
well, before we lose them, if they don't sit through the whole councilman meeting.
Can y'all ask some of the people that are leaving just real quick to come back in if they want to hear this? We just want to let them know that we hear them regarding the garbage fees and the garbage issues that they want to address. And there'll be a special call meeting to address that and a bunch of other things that we'll be addressing as well. Okay, great. Well, the ones that are here that are left over, the citizens pass the word, and just be on the lookout. Hopefully we can put a notice out there for all of the residents to know that we're going to be doing this. Great, thank you. Let's move right along to the consent agenda. I want to get out of here by 8:30 if we can. So let's see if we can move along very quickly and get this meeting moving very efficiently and getting these things taken care of. So the consent agenda items, we have approval of minutes for special meeting September 3rd, approval of minutes for September 18th, and approval of minutes for the regular meeting of September 23rd, 2024, all of them 2024, and the finance report for the month of 2024. Do we have any questions on the consent agenda? Do we have a motion to approve?
motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Councilman Sine has made the motion. Do we have a second to his motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilman Lysia. Now we'll call for discussion. Okay, Councilman Sellers, you have a question?
On September 23rd, you requested $500 be transferred to
500,000.
500,000. What was the outcome of that?
Mr. Sellers, we made that transfer and that $500,000 transfer in September or at the end of August. And so it reflects, as you see on your report, and that was moving $300,000, I believe, out of tax pool and $200,000 out of Lone Star into our bank here at Frost Bank. And like we said last month when we talked about this, this is a seasonal thing that happens towards the end of the year. We'll need a little bit more cash in the bank. And in the spring, when the ad valorem starts coming in, we'll move that money back out into the pools. So it's just a routine transaction or just a routine movement.
So you're saying by 6 months or so, that's going to be moved back
Yes, sir. That's the plan. Yes, sir.
All right. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sellers. Do we have any other questions from anybody on the consent agenda? Okay, I have some questions that I'd like to address. On September 18th, 2024, we have a motion on the appointment of Mr. Lotta to the city administrator position. I'd like for the language to be included in there, Ms. Merlo, that that there was a need to advertise and there was no supporting documentation provided for the informed decision to be made by council. And that was the reason for my objection in that you noted in the minutes. The purpose was the fact that it was brought up by Councilman Jack Burton that the reasoning behind that we should not be voting on it was because of the rule that states you have to have supporting documentation to take action for this action item, and none was provided to the council. So you can include that language in the minutes. That would be great.
Yes, sir. We will amend that.
Okay, great. Thank you. September 23rd, 24 on item number 5. Mayor's comment and concern prior to adopting the budget on practice of operating on a budget deficit since 2015 to the present date, not fiscally responsible when you have revenues of approximately $8 million and you have expenditures of $9 million. I'd like to see that language in there and note it, please. It's very important that the public understands of how we're operating as a city and the reasoning behind my comments on the deficit.
Will do, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And then item number 9 needs to have language that the transfer of the funds, and I concur with my colleague, Councilman Sellers, pertaining to the language that the transfer of the funds, when we question that language because of the questioning of the transferring of funds from one account to another that was not adopted in the budget at that time, and we wanted clarification to determine that it was legal to do so. And I need to see that language in there that Mr. Messick gave us clarification and said that it was legal, and our attorney said that it was legal to transfer funds without having to come to the city council to move $500,000 out of the investment pool and put it into the general operating budget because we were operating on a deficit because the budget was short. So we basically borrowed from Peter to pay Paul on the premise that when the ad valorem tax came in, at the time that it comes in, that money would be replenished back to its original state of the investment pool.
Mayor, if I might.
Yes, Mr. Messick.
Yes, sir. This was not because of revenue or budget shortfalls at all. This was simply before the cash that is needed in the budget. So we didn't have a deficit. That's not why I moved the money out. We only moved the money out so that we would have sufficient cash at the bank just in case we needed it. So it wasn't related to the budget in that sense.
So the reason you moved it though was because I think you had mentioned to us that the operating budget was short, correct?
No, sir. We moved it because the cash in the bank was below the 1.5 million that I'd like to keep it at. And so as a precautionary measure, we moved, because what you're looking at, Mayor, when you're looking at investments, you're looking at cash and not revenue. And if the
Right.
revenue hits the budget, cash, you don't see that in the budget. So that was just a movement of monies from investments to the bank so that we have enough operational cash in the bank, not because of a budget shortfalls or anything like that. Actually, the general fund budget is doing pretty well and did pretty well for 2024. But this was a cash thing, not a revenue thing.
So you moved it over, I'm a little confused because it was my understanding that you needed the money in there. Otherwise, why would you transfer it over?
Sir, we didn't need the money in the budget. We needed the money in the bank. There's no line item whatsoever in the budget for
Okay,
this.
So let me rephrase then.
Mhm.
So the purpose was not the budget, it was because you needed it in the bank,
Yes, sir.
because it was short?
No, it wasn't short, but it was leaner than I would like it. So
Okay,
just as a
so
precaution, I
It's a
moved it
little
over.
play with words, but it was short.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you.
Mr. Garza,
and
can
you were
you
gonna
turn on
pay-
your microphone?
The ad valorem taxes start come later in the year, and that's when the revenue is put back into the investment pool. My understanding, this has been the practice of the city for the last few years, so that I shouldn't say sufficient cash, there's cash that the finance director is comfortable with in the account for paying for paying of the bills and things needed by the city. But it's all in the budget. It's not a budget deficit. It's just transferring funds within the same budget. And then when the ad valorem taxes come in, it is then put back into the tax pool and other investment accounts that the city has.
So I guess what I wanted to know was the fact that it was legal to do so in the transfer of the investment pool to the fund where you moved it to the fund that you moved it to.
Yes, sir.
And that's what I was just wanting that language in there to confirm that that was what was told.
Mayor, so that's your language that you would like to?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Mhm. Just basically confirming that,
okay,
what our city attorney told us and what our finance
will do.
director told us.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr.
Yeah, and just for clarification, the finance department that we have is of the utmost integrity. We have received numerous of awards and accolades by the accounting firm that we receive. No actions are done illegally. Everything is done according to the point of the law. So just for clarification, there is transactions that we have to do to maintain a balanced budget. It's not a regular typical budget. It's a balanced budget that we have to work with. So we do have to move funds around to maintain. But as far as questions as legality, everything is 100%. We've gotten accolades from our auditors for years and years at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Councilman Lissay. And I wasn't saying anything illegal. What I was asking was if it was, okay to move the funds without council approval, and that's it. So thank you very much for the clarification. Okay, great. And so we finished with that item. Let's move right along. Do we have a motion to approve the, you already had the motion. We had a second, Mr. Lissay. Let's call roll call vote. Councilman Valverde, do you accept the consent?
Yay.
agenda? Councilman Sines.
Yeah.
Councilman Lissay.
Yay.
Councilman Sellers.
Yay.
Councilman Burton.
Yay.
Okay, we have a 5-0 majority vote approval for the consent agenda. Let's move right along to the items on the business item. So we have discussion and action to authorize the city administrator enter in a professional services contract with Givler Engineering. And we have the supporting documentation for that. So let's move right along. Mr. Lotta, go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, so Givler Engineering has been the person or the firm that has been doing the city's stormwater, working, ensuring that we meet all the regulatory requirements for TCEQ, because again, we have a storm sewer system. And so they go back as far as 2008 when the city started using them. And again,
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
so they started using them way back then when, again, over time, TCEQ has had different requirements and everything. And anyway, back in 2008, they were the original ones that started working on behalf of the city. And then in 2014 was the last agreement that was approved by the city council. And at that time, it was for $34,500. Since then, they have been our engineer of record for doing our storm drain that's required for us to submit get our general permit. And they're currently working on our new permit. This has been delayed by TCEQ. So, and they're still working on putting the packet together. Fortunately, the state agency pretty much dictates how fast we can go. But anyway, they're putting together the packet that will be submitted again to TCEQ to get us our permit for the next 5 years. And in that permit is basically our obligation that we said that we would commit in order to do this. So, but Givler Engineering came back and submitted a new proposal to cover this period going forward. One of the things from the previous contract, it basically is an open-ended contract that basically says unless either side really makes a change, then it stays in effect. So that's, so they brought it to our attention that they want to increase, which is why they have the new proposal agreement, which you have in your packet. which is basically similar to the old agreement, except for the increase in price. So again, bringing it to your attention that they want us to enter into this agreement. At a minimum, we need to continue going on with them because they're in the middle of getting our permit that we need to get done with TCEQ. I don't know how council feels. Again, they're a professional service, so you know, they've been with us for 10 years. They didn't raise their rates over a 10-year period. That is unusual for an engineering firm to do that. However, you know, if the council wants us to look at other avenues, we can do that. The only thing I recommend that we at least sign this agreement, but if you want to go out for an RFQ and get to see what else we can get out there to see who can provide this service, I can do that. But at a minimum, we should at least proceed for the next year so they can finish up our permit that we need to get into TCEQ in this upcoming fiscal year. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. So let's go ahead and call for action to discuss this and have each council member have an opportunity after we open it up. So let's have I want to entertain a motion for action to authorize city administrator interim professional services contract with Guyver or any other amendment that you may want to add to this particular item. So we have a motion from anyone on the council. Do we have move to accept, reject, amend? What motion would you like to entertain?
I'll make the motion to proceed with the selection process, not with the selection, but the approval process,
So I
and then
think,
open over discussion.
okay, Councilman Lysia, I think the language then, would you please utilize the one that's on the agenda so that it's clear? Go ahead. To authorize the city administrator. That would be your. There you go.
Mr. Lucille,
There you go.
thank you.
Authorize the city administrator enter professional services contract with Cleaver Engineering.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Lysia. Do we have a second to the Councilman Lysia's motion?
A second.
We have a second by Councilman Valverde. Now I will go ahead and call for discussion on the item. Let's open it up for discussion by the council. We'll have limited discussion on it, but let's move quickly. Do we have Councilman Burton?
So does this come out of the extra fee, the 5,200 that we, you know, on top of what we were paying?
Right, so it comes out wherever the original, which I believe is a stormwater,
Stormwater?
we collect, this pays for that.
I guess they put us on the back burner because I noticed all the address was to Amy Buckert, which was three city administrators.
It was 10 years ago,
Yeah.
but they didn't raise their rates, so that's not normal.
And we're good with the 52 out of stormwater, correct? Okay.
Great. Any other questions from the council? So we have a councilman, former Councilman White. He signed up to speak on this item. Public comment number one. You have, Mr. White.
Mayor, council, has been asked to handle all the federal requirements, dot all the I's and cross all the T's for us. If there is situations that come up that need to be addressed, they'll be sure to let city administrator and council know. But they're great. They take care of state and federal regulations. Make sure that we're compliant.
Thank you, former Councilman White. We don't have any other citizens and we don't have any other input from the council. I'd like to entertain a record vote on it then. Are we ready to vote? Councilman? Okay, Councilman Valverde, record vote.
Yay.
Councilman Sines?
Yeah.
Councilman Lysia,
Yay.
Councilman Sellers,
Nay.
Councilman Burton.
Yay.
Okay, we have a 4-1 vote.
One.
Motion carries. Okay, now we have item number 2. And item number 2 is consider and possible action to amend the event fees for the Wonderland of America's tenants.
Right. Wonderland Mall tenants, can you all stand right here around behind me?
Okay.
Business Alliance.
Dear Mayor Rodriguez and council members, I am Victoria Hernandez, the Director of Marketing for Wonderland of the Americas. On behalf of the tenants of Wonderland, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude for allowing us to be placed on the agenda to discuss the reconsideration of the special event vendor fees specifically for Wonderland tenants. For those who may be unaware, the city has established and enforced special event fees that apply separately to event producers and vendors. This evening's discussion is not to focus on the fees imposed on event producers or third-party special event vendors, but rather on the impact these fees on our Wonderland of the Americas tenants that want to participate in special events. On October 14th, Mayor Rodriguez graciously hosted a town hall meeting and extended a complimentary invitation to Wonderland tenants. While we appreciated this opportunity, several tenants faced challenges due to the short notice provided and unfortunately were unable to attend. However, I was excited that 5 tenants participated in the event, highlighting a concerning trend. In the conversation with council member Sines, I noted the tenant participation had significantly declined since the introduction of the special event fees. We stand here united in requesting that the council reconsider the reversal of these fees exclusively for Wonderland tenants. Our tenants are valuable partners who already contribute their rent and taxes to both Wonderland of the Americas and City of Balcones Heights. While the $25 fee for each event may appear nominal, for small business owners, it can represent critical financial hurdle, potentially making the difference between meeting rent obligations or not. For instance, if the tenants had been charged these fees to secure their permits for the recent town hall event, they would have incurred losses as the event did not yield the expected success. Furthermore, tenants are aware that their shops must remain operational, placing the additional financial pressure on them, particularly if they need to cover staff wages or manage family commitments. Despite these challenges, every tenant who is participating in events not only strive to generate revenue, but also serve as a vital promotional force, encouraging guests to explore and shop at Wonderland and the food court. Lastly, I'd like to note, and according to your code 117.04, vendors, exhibitors, fees, section B states, the city may choose to waive for existing businesses that have been issued a certificate of occupancy in the city and desire to operate a temporary vendor booth as part of the special event being held within the city. The applicant must request a waiver to the temporary vendor exhibitor permit fee. I provided the presentation. Lastly, you see the tenants, not only little shops, we have health, we have mall tenants as well. And then I do have some letters from tenants that could not attend. Again, we really sincerely hope that you consider and come together in support of I can't even talk anymore. Our request to reverse the special vendor fees impacting only Wonderland tenants. Thank you for your time and consideration.
It's Victoria. Victoria, the presentation is up here. Did you want to show any of the slides?
No, it's up to council whether they want to review it. This was presented to them last week or submitted, I believe, to review before the meeting.
So let's go ahead and entertain a motion. Considering possible action to amend the event fees for the Wonderland of America's tenants. So let's start with the council members. Let's say
I'll make a motion to amend the event fees for Wonderland tenants, that we would waive that fee.
Do we have a second to Councilman Science's motion? We have a second?
Need your microphone on.
With an I'd like to second it with an amendment. Thank you, Frank. That we do this on a test basis, maybe for a year, and then bring it back. See if it truly is going to help the events and that it pans out the way we want it to.
I can support that amendment.
Can I ask a question? I'm not understanding what, I understand the year, but what do you mean, what it pans out, like the participant?
Well,
Mr.
okay,
Hernandez, hold on,
the-
real
the-
quick.
that's okay. Motion is to approve
Yes.
with an amendment that it come back in a year so that there be a report to see how it's working.
So we'll open up for discussion. So we've gotten the amendment. So now, do we have a second to Jack's amendment?
No, I seconded
Well,
it.
Oh, you
He
seconded
seconded, he seconded, and with an amendment and the.
to the first rider.
I
he
accepted the amendment.
Okay, good. All right, so now it's open for discussion, whatever other questions you may have.
I just wanted to understand so that way the tenants could understand what the council is expecting. Are you expecting participation from the tenants? Were you expecting, I mean, what are we scoring this on?
I'm scoring it on, if it's a successful, venture for us as well as the attendance also. So do it on a test basis for a year. And then if it's good for both parties, then we continue on down this path. If it's not, then we don't do it any longer, but
He'll come back to council.
it'll come back to council.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the business owners on your feelings on that? Yes, please, come on up. Anyone, feel free to come up and speak. This is your time to voice out your opinions of how you feel as a business owner, how it affects you.
My name is Tammy Reith, and I own Perfect Love and Perfect Trust in the Wonderland of the Americas at 4522 Fredericksburg Road. I'm on the upper level. I'm a mall tenant, but I didn't start out that way. I started out in the little shops in 2015, the very beginning of 2015. And I went from 2 little spaces to 4 spaces to 5 spaces. And I thought I had arrived. This was my dream to open this store. My daughter is the one who said, "You got to follow your dream, Mama. You always tell me that I have to follow my dream. You have to do it. You have to show me." And I did. And then I had the opportunity to open an actual space, what used to be Beads of Wonderland. In 2020, I was able to move there. And here is something that I was told in the very beginning before I even opened my doors. What I was told was, it's not for you to depend on foot traffic. Allow that to come. It is for you to promote yourself. So I do that. And I say, well, how do I do that? Well, there are events practically every weekend downstairs. So I have my husband at the time, who was military, use his weekends off to run my store so that I can set up downstairs, so that I can promote my store upstairs. So I pay a $30 fee to be downstairs. And my whole job there, yeah, I bring product, don't get me wrong, but my whole job is to tell them, hey, I have a store upstairs. There's more stores upstairs. Hey guys, go upstairs. Because every time that I drive someone into my store, they see what I do and they're more likely to return. Well, there've been some obstacles that make it harder for people to get upstairs, which of course we're working on. In the meantime, we've had the event fee, right? So I've been promoting outside of the mall, outside of Wonderland of the Americas. And I go to other events and I say, hey, come see me. I have a store in Balcones Heights. Come and see me. But boy, it sure is easier to say, hey, look, my store's right there. Go upstairs. So my husband has given up his weekends to run my store, and I'm going to have to pay an additional fee in order to do that so that I can drive traffic to my store. So I'm just going to give you my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for reconsidering. I want to promote my store and I want to do it where my store is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tell me your name again.
Let me read.
Councilman. Yes. My name is Joseph Law. I am a veteran. We run a small kiosk as well as a regular store. I've been at the mall for 11 years. And during that time, during the 11 years, we've encountered all the problems in the mall, but worked it out. And all the new tenants that come in there, I talk to them. I tell them this is not a normal mall. It is not. It's not even a mall. It's a community center with community people and people of Balcones and the surrounding city. And they come. I go to a lot of events and tell them that I have a store with my brother and my sister, and it's in Balcones Heights. We don't stress that we're in San Antonio, but we're in Balcones Heights. And that's how we tell all our new tenants that come in. I greet them. I let them know I have snacks in my store. I have all kinds of goodies, but they can do just as well as I did. 11 years in that place, and I'm still there. During the pandemic, we had to weigh out what we needed to do to stay alive because we still had to pay rent. And thank goodness for Balcones Heights for passing out some of the money that came to us. It helped us for 3 months, but we still had the other months that we had to carry on. So out of the 11 years that I've been there, we've been paying our rent on time, paying our taxes. Of course, comptroller sees us all the time. And all that money comes here to the council. All our money that we're standing up here today goes here to Balcones Heights. And as we get more events that are going on downstairs, we're able to communicate with people. The kind of people that we need is our community, and let them know that we're in Balcones Heights and that we're in Wonderland, which is part of Balcones Heights. So I thank you for your moment. I hope you come visit our stores and see what we're really all about.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Tracy Ebersol from the Business Alliance, Balcones Heights Business Alliance. Mr. Lada, I haven't forgotten.
Thank you for this minute of your time. As part of the Business Alliance, one of our systems and thrusts is to untie our hands as business owners. We are not your customer. The customer is the customer, and sales tax is our #1 goal in revenue. I say untie our hands and no strings attached. We need freedom to go after the customer, to advertise, to reel in additional business. You let us create more business opportunities. You let us show up at the mall and do different things that allows these businesses to participate actively, reeling in a customer daily if they want to. They can sit up there and advertise every day on the street in their mall to reel in additional customers. And at the end of the day, it's a pretty price tag to be in the mall. And the fees are high. So therefore they need the opportunity, any opportunity that will potentially bring an additional customer to their store and become more profitable. I mean, especially in these times, we're struggling with finances. Well, we're struggling with finances too. We want to have our hands untied. And that's what Victoria's asking. I say we cut the ties and give it a permanent role. Let's keep the customer, not the businesses. I know we pay taxes, but we're still not your end customer. That's kind of what I got, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Ebersol, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Phil Zavala, and quite honestly, council people, one of the credits I think that the mall's success has really been on behalf of Victoria here. She literally every weekend, just about every weekend, that mall is literally packed. You've got people coming from all over Comic-Con, the sumo wrestlers. It's getting to the point, my understanding, there was a survey also that Target was complaining about the parking being full. That's how much traffic it generates into that mall. I myself personally have been in that mall for probably over 40 years. I worked at Frost Brothers. I worked for Burlington Coal Factory. And once I was laid off from Burlington Coal Factory, we started our own company, my wife and I, Rosie Zavala. So we own Image Avenue. We're the guys that are part of the Ray Feo Education Foundation. We do a lot of the uniforms. We work with all the reinas. We're fortunate enough to bring in also NBA ball players. I've got a lot of high profile clients, Gomez's, Thomas J. Hendry's, Caravan and Shaw's. So those are all clients of ours, and they come into that mall specifically because we become a destination where we specialize in men's and clothing apparel. And so to that credit, like I said, a lot of the success is because of Victoria. She really has done a tremendous, tremendous job about generating a lot of traffic in there. And hopefully we can continue to build on that. I'm at the point for now, we started with a small volume store, smallest 400 square feet store by where Cowtown used to be at. We went into our secondary store, we're at about 1,100 square feet. So the guy next door that runs a sporting goods store, he went out of business, shut down. We're looking to move into that location. Why? Because of the success of people just coming in on weekends. Mind you, aside from our own client base, we also get a lot of add-ons, walk-ins based on the weekend traffic that comes in because of Victoria. So with that, I just want to acknowledge Victoria and thank her for the job that she's doing with them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Fidel. Anyone else? Mr. Councilman Sellers, do you want it to speak or?
I just have a question.
Okay, Councilman Sellers, go ahead.
This fee, is that once a year
It's per event.
for event?
Per event, yes, sir. So, and again, I'm just asking for the Wonderland tenants, nothing to do with third-party businesses that come out that have no, store or business at Wonderland. So right now, as it applies, it doesn't matter if you're a nonprofit, a tenant, or nonprofit, or a third-party business owner. Every vendor gets charged $25 per event. The only reason that they wouldn't get charged $25 is if the event producer purchases the umbrella. So event producers got two options. They can buy option one, which is $50 charged to the event producer. Every tenant pays $25. Or the event producer can pay, I believe it's $1,550, and that covers all the vendors. But not all of our special events are the umbrella events.
How many events do you have at a weekend?
On a weekend, we have, are you talking about a month? We're right.
One vendor. How many events does one vendor have in one weekend? One, right?
That's correct.
Plus $25.
That's correct.
It cost me $25 to have 2 garage sales.
That's correct. So
I don't understand the problem with $25.
So where I'm saying it's not, it may not seem like a lot for you, but if we have 4 events throughout the month, that's already $100 that they're paying for. Hoping that they can make that $25.
Consider the Balcony Heights has got to pay for some of it, of the escalators in the mall that are broke down. Where are we going to get that money from?
As far as that, it's not coming from the city to pay the escalator. The event fees, as far as the event fees, we have, let me go back. Event producers, Wonderland gets zero money for event producers, zero money for, that goes to the permits and so forth. All that goes to City of Balcones Heights. So when we have vendors that show up, you can have anywhere from 20 vendors to 50 vendors to 80 vendors. You're still getting, the city's still getting money from the third-party vendors. I'm just requesting that the Wonderland tenants who already have a business at Wonderland not be charged that special event fee. And right now, as of right now, we have Before this imposed enforcement, we had maybe about 5 vendors that participated maybe on one event, 2 event. It wasn't all of these tenants at one event.
It's just hard to, it's hard for me to grasp $25, that you're complaining about. It's just hard for me to grasp.
I'll try to explain it to you in a little bit, David, maybe
Mayor,
I can help. Go ahead, Councilman Burton.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so.
Councilman, you wanted to
Yes,
go
please.
before Mr. Burton? Okay, go right
If
ahead.
that's okay. So I was looking at the file that you sent with the Wonderland tenants participation for 2024. So for all of these, we're looking at 1 or 2, at a most 5 vendors from tenants in the mall. So at this point, we're not talking about a lot of revenue lost to the city. So it's, 25, $50 at the most was the last one, the town hall and resource fair. And that would have been $125 to our city. But if we waive this fee, if we make that decision, then it gives our business owners there that are tenants an opportunity to drive more business to them at a minimal cost to us. And that can reciprocate with additional sales tax revenue and other. So I believe it's worth it to do this on a trial basis, like Mr. Burton suggested, for 1 year, just to see how this impacts. So do we see increased tenant participation? Do we see increased sales tax revenue coming from those businesses that are participating in these additional events? And with that,
Thank you
Councilman
for the
Burton.
explanation.
You finished? Okay, go ahead. Councilman Burton.
I don't know if this is an Albert question or a Floyd question. Where does that money go to? In our general? Or does it go into the fees or?
Yes, sir. Special events fees is in the general fund.
What is our cost? What are we? We're collecting the $25. What do we have into this investment of $25?
Yes, sir. Any city function that will support an event, maybe police, maybe fire, if they're required to be there, any food inspections or anything like that, any administrative costs are folded into it as well.
So the $25 covers if they need a food permit? That's on top of the $25.
Right.
Okay. And they're already paying rent on top of that. I don't see why we can't just let this, let them waive I see you're screaming over
Right.
here.
No, I just
Go
want to
ahead.
clarify something. As far as what's imposed on the event producer, as far as the $25, yes, administration. But as far as fire or police, it is required for the event producer to have a Balcony Heights police officer off duty for a minimum of 4 hours, depending on the event. They get paid directly from the event producer. Directly. So it has nothing to do with this permit fee at all. So the $25 or the umbrella fee of $1,550 goes really straight to administration in your general funds.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and let me go back. Like for the example, Otaco Festival, we understood that we needed to have fire out there, and I reached out to Chief, and we understood, you know what? I don't want to have anybody passing out or anything like that. So we secured EMS for both of those days to make sure that, that we had someone on site. So police and fire get charged directly from the event producer.
I don't see no problem in doing this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just real quick, let me ask you a question. Victoria, what's the amount that each police officer and each fire department get paid?
It's $40 an hour, minimum $40. I'm sorry,
4 hours?
it's at $40 an hour, minimum 4 hours. So
$140.
no, $160.
I mean, $160, excuse
That's
me.
correct. And it could be a little bit.
160, and that's paid in cash to our officers, is that correct?
That's correct. Money.
They don't get paid by check.
That's
There's no taxes taken out. They are paid by $160 and it's. up to
contract
them.
labor, however they do their taxes, that's,
So each officer and each fire department personnel get paid equally the same, 160?
that's correct.
Okay,
And I.
that
will-
is in cash,
And I
okay?
I have to say on the record, police and fire have been wonderful.
Yes, they have.
And it's just no complaints on our end.
And I was just wanting to know what the amount.
Yeah.
So you could see, council, how the city is getting, the officers and the police are benefiting from this, and they're getting paid that extra money. So it helps them in the sense. Councilman Lysia, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. There was an average of how many events per month?
So right now it's the holidays. We are booked between now and the end of this year. So January can be a little slow. It'll start really picking up about February and then March, the springtime. And then it kind of yields back down about July because it's a warmer month. So we've been peaking out. My goal is to have an event every weekend.
52.
There's been a total of 37 according to her.
37 right now. Okay. And then out of in those 37, what has been your current vendor participation?
For the, and this is what I was saying earlier, this is not them. It's
No, I know.
typically about 5 at the most,
Mhm.
and that's usually at the Otaco Festival, but the other ones may be tops 3.
Great. Okay.
Because, and let me go back, I'll remind you that they are still required to keep their business open.
Right.
They cannot have their business shut down to go downstairs. That is a Wonderland rule that we require. So it's not as easy as, just setting up downstairs. They have to make sure they maintain their store and store hours, and then they can also participate downstairs.
Go back to Mr. Sellers. Mr. Sellers, I understand what you're asking, and then I'm not sure how to combine this. If we were to say a X number of vendors to go along with the package, let's say we'll agree, and just hypothetically, we'll agree to go with this for a period of 1 year and with a maximum of 5 vendors. Is that something that would?
Oh, I'm beginning to get a grasp on it. I'm wondering how much money we'd lose by doing this.
Right.
But
Very, very
I'm
little.
I'm willing to go for a trial period. Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman.
So I added it up. There were a total of 16 tenants that participated. And I don't know how many of these participated on weekends that were done with that umbrella coverage. But a maximum of $400 for fees from Wonderland tenants. That's if they weren't participating on a weekend that was under that umbrella coverage. No, that's total for the year,
For the year.
over these 37 events. Yeah. So,
That's
but I
with
believe if
the-
we waive that fee, then we'll generate more participation from our Wonderland tenants. And that's what I want to see that increased participation in these events. And then hopefully, like our owners have said, that'll drive business to them and increase their revenues and in turn ours.
Any other comments? So if I may, just real quick, Judge, before you call, can you reverse? Just give me a couple of minutes, 1 minute or less. So in conclusion, I feel your need for what you're trying to accomplish. I pay sales tax here in the city of Balcones Heights. I pay income tax. And I am a small business owner. I know what it's like to run a business. Every penny does count. And I think what we're trying to convey here, and I see my colleagues understanding the need. And I think that I'd like to commend them for at least their consideration, and in particularly Councilman Sines and my other colleagues as well. The questions that Councilman Sellers asked. And I think what they're wanting to do is just put some safety mechanisms in place just in case, to see how it works out. The metrics in keeping track of these numbers, it's going to be a hit and miss, because unless we specifically have staff, specifically targeted for keeping track of that, those metrics are not really going to be there. So we'll just have to see as it plays along. And I think this is a positive put forward that I think the council is indicating they want to help you. And I wanted Mr. Lada's input. He wanted to say something, and he was waiting for everyone to finish. And then you can close out, Victoria.
Okay, yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, just the discussion that you already had, it's not an issue for us.
Okay.
Yeah, like you said, it'd be more administrative issue for us trying to track.
Right.
We really didn't even track, and really whoever came in and wanted to pay, we said, okay, we'll take your money. We thought you were under the umbrella So for us, simpler, the better, because we just don't have the staffing level. And for the amount of money we're really collecting, and it is a small group. It's not,
As
it's
council.
not something that's gonna, as long as we have the ability to go after those third party guys that are trying to
big
really,
fish.
because that's the only way we'll get technically our sales tax
Okay.
revenue from that. But
Thank you.
the staff has no issue.
Councilman Ledbetter, do you have anything you wanted to add? Did you want to?
No, sir. I've heard enough discussion.
Okay, sir.
I don't think it's a bad deal at all.
Okay. Tori?
I will say, and for tracking purposes, every tenant has to come to Wonderland office and check in with us, so we coordinate that. So there is tracking.
Okay.
There's, in order for us to talk to, whether it's a tenant producer or whether it's a third-party producer, they come talk to us, because again, on their behalf, then we tell the vendor, this person's participating, this person's participating.
Since there's no, go ahead, Councilman.
At the end of the year, the trial period, you'll be able to come back and give us
Yes, sir.
an update, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so you don't want to make amendment, withdraw the amendment, keep it at 1 year? Okay, so as the motion was made by Councilman Stein with the amendment from Jack Burton to add a 1 year trial period, do we have, let's roll call it. Councilman Valverde, accepted as stated?
Yay.
Okay, Councilman Sines.
Yay.
Councilman, Lysia.
Yay.
Okay, Councilman Sellers. Councilman Burton.
Yay.
Unanimously it passed. Congratulations. Hopefully you do well, and we look forward to working with you. Wonderful to see you here and have your input. Thank you so much. Councilman, I commend you. I commend you for your leadership on that. Sorry. Okay, let's move right along, and this one should be very quick. We're not going to spend too much time on it. Discussion and action item number 3 on TikTok and banned applications policy. Garza and Lara.
Okay, so the 88th Texas Legislature passed Senate Bill 1893, which basically prohibits the use of the covered applications, which is basically TikTok, and requiring us to remove them from covered applications and devices. We have to pass this guidance or policy by the 20th of November. You got it in your packet. The only question that some people had was on your personal devices, if you choose not to use a government device and you're using your personal device to correspond on the government business, you cannot have TikTok or any of the applications that are banned.
This seems to be a no-brainer. Let's go ahead and call for a vote on this.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a vote on the item?
We have a motion.
Motion
Yeah,
to
motion.
approve.
Motion
Second.
to approve, Councilman Sines. Do we have a second?
Mr. Valverde seconded.
Who did?
Mr. Valverde had already
Mr.
seconded.
Valverde had second.
ahead.
Okay, second. Now let's go ahead and open it up for any further discussion. Anyone else? Pretty much. Councilman Burton, go right ahead.
Just out of curiosity, since it's a Chinese business, was it ByteDance or whatever? TikTok is ByteDance, right?
That's correct. It applies to ByteDance and any other ByteDance app.
Okay, so I know on my personal phone, when I pull up Facebook, sometimes I see TikTok video. I'm not a member of, I don't need another platform to mess around with. But sometimes a TikTok video or something will pop up on my Facebook.
That would not be a violation because that's not the app on the phone.
Okay. And this is all going to be rediscovered or revisited if an American company buys ByteDance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. And oh, Mr. Valverde, I'm sorry. You wanted to say a few words. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was getting ready to vote.
Okay, let's go. Let's move right along, get out of here by 8:30. So, Councilman Valverde, what vote do we have from you?
Yay.
Yeah, Councilman Sines?
Yay.
Councilman Lysia?
Yay.
Councilman Sellers?
Yay.
Councilman Burton?
Yay.
Okay, we have a 5-0 vote. Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. Discussion and action on the appointment city secretary, Lisa Merlo. Mr. Lara, item number 4.
Okay, as y'all know, our previous city secretary retired on September 30th. And upon that, retirement, there was some discussions about backfilling that position. It was agreed that, we would follow the succession plan to temporarily put somebody in there. However, y'all never named her and y'all never passed an ordinance actually making her. This has nothing to do whether she's permanent or interim. Y'all have to appoint somebody, because somebody has to be held legally responsible for all the duties that the state of Texas requires the city secretary to be. So this is simply asking that, the ordinance pass, appointing Lisa Merlo as the city secretary, and then the financial impact is there, as noted.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on this. So we have a discussion and action on the appointment of City Secretary Lisa Merlo. Do we have a motion to entertain for a vote?
I'll make a
I'll make
motion to appoint
motion.
city.
Hold on, Mr. Burden, were you making a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so he was moving. on.
Okay, go ahead, Jack.
I'm making a motion, I move to
Motion
make a motion to appoint her temporary city secretary until we get, as we discussed, a TML go out for bids and
Yeah, that's the next item, the selection of city secretary. But yeah,
so we can get TML and maybe Indeed to find us a permanent one. And she may fall into that category. Again, I don't have any documentation on resume of city secretary. And to move kind of in the same park, like I discussed before with Mr. Laura, I have no resume or anything, or for the other position that we're talking about. So how do I put this, Frank? How should I word this? To move
my
to appoint her
recommendation is make a motion to appoint
temporary.
Lisa Merlo as interim city
Interim.
secretary as the city goes through the process.
Correct. Thank you.
Can I get a point of clarification on this? Did we not do that from the very first time that we appointed her as interim?
No, you did not call her out by name.
Okay, gotcha.
It
All right.
doesn't tell us who it
I
is.
believe that
No
was under
problem.
my recommendation that she take
Okay.
over. And we just did that.
Okay. Do we have a second to Mr. Councilman Burton's motion?
Mr. Garza, does he need to restate the
No,
motion?
I think
It's
she
just-
got it for the record, so.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second by Councilman Sines. Now, any further discussion?
I have a question.
Okay, Councilman Sellers?
I don't know if it's for Frank or are we legally obligated to advertise a position? Or can we just not advertise?
Well,
That's the next-
Our internal-
yeah, my
That's the next-
understanding based on the discussion, this is an interim appointment. The next item will discuss the process if the council wants to move forward on the process for a permanent city secretary.
Yeah, I'm just saying, under the Texas codes,
You're not, there is no legal requirement a city has to post a position.
that we have to post it.
That is correct.
That's all. That's what my question is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions by council? Okay, let's move towards the vote. Councilman Valverde?
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Sines?
Yay.
Councilman Casea?
Yay.
Councilman Sellers?
Yeah.
Councilman Burton?
Yay.
Okay, we have a 5-0, motion carries. Moving right along. We're at 7:35, okay? About an hour. So let's go to number 5, discussion and action on selection of a permanent city secretary. So let's call for a vote to open it up for discussion. Do we have a motion on the floor from any council members regarding this item?
I make a motion
Okay, to do what?
to select Lisa. as
Discussion and
per-
action on the
as-
selection of a permanent city
as
secretary.
Permanent city secretary.
So the motion is that he wants to appoint Lisa as a city secretary. Correct?
Yes, I think
Okay,
that's the
my
motion.
interpretation. Is that what
Yes.
do we have a second to that motion?
I second.
Sorry,
I second.
Councilman Valverde has second. Let's now have it up for discussion.
Motion to amend.
Yes.
Can I go ahead and go over what
Well, there's
Let-
already a
Well,
motion
yeah,
and
but we
second.
wanted to make sure we got a second so we can open up for discussion.
Well, Mr. Lar had never actually presented on item number 5.
Oh,
Well,
he did. Okay,
yeah.
did you want to present on number 5, Mr. Lara? Okay,
I
we
wanted to
can
give
do
you-
it. I mean, either way, right
Yeah,
now.
right, it's either way. This is just
Yeah.
giving you background.
Yeah.
Just so you
I
know.
thought you were standing up there to look good. You
No.
are.
Okay, so y'all, on the third, y'all met, y'all didn't want to go with the consultant. And then in that meeting at the end, it was said, hey, there's kind of like 3 avenues that you could fill it, which is, what do you call it? Go ahead and take the one that was in the succession plan, Ms. Merlot. The second was to advertise on TML. And then the other one was solicit candidates from the Texas Municipal Clerk Association. So we actually, if you go with the appointing, that's it, it's done. If you make her permanent tonight, then we can end all the disruptions that will happen. Because as long as she's permanent, then if she doesn't get her position, get that position. Going on TML, we did post already. And we got 8 applicants as of today. I can tell you, only 2 or really have extensive city secretary experience. A third one does, but if you look at his resume, this is just my opinion. Of course, if you decide to go this route, you'll get to see it. This person. Matter of fact, on his letter, he actually put assistant city manager. So that's what he's looking at to try to become. If you want to go the TML route, like I said, we're basically ready. We just need to figure out, y'all just need to tell me how y'all want to do the hiring panel. We got to at least have 3 people. You can have it where the staff does it, like me, myself, and maybe like the finance director, maybe one of the chiefs can be on that panel. It can be a mixture of staff and council. So anyway, that's what we need if you want to go that route. And TMCA doesn't have anything. They'll never give you a recommendation. Just go post your vacancy. I checked their website. There's nothing there. They don't post it. So really it's the 2. If you want to finish this right now, you can appoint the permanent Ms. Merlot, or you can go with the interview process. And I just need to know, who do you want on the interview panel?
We have a motion on the floor from Councilman Sellers to appoint Lisa Merlo. Do we have a second to that motion?
We had a
Did we
second
check
right
it?
here.
What was that?
He seconded.
Councilman Valverde. So that's why we're up for discussion. Do we have any? No, it's okay. We're not going to have anybody. input on that. Oh, you did? Okay, well then let's go ahead and let you speak then. Item number 4 and 5.
Thank you. Suzanne De Leon, 323 Crestview Drive. Lisa has been an exemplary employee for, I don't know how many years you've been here, but you've been here a while. 13 years. And so we are very pleased that you are here. I know that she received ongoing training when Delia was getting ready to retire. She got training from Delia and also from our city administrator, Gilbert Perales. So she is very, very well prepared for this position. And I really think it would be disruptive to city services to have a new person come in. It takes at least 6 months to a year for someone to kind of get the hang of what's going on in a new office. And there is no need to do that because we have a very qualified person right here. She's great with customer service. She has wonderful customer service with residents and also with vendors. You're very professional, Lisa. You're very smart. And it's a pleasure to work with you, and all your staff says that. So I would highly recommend that you approve the motion that has been made to make Lisa Merlo your city secretary. Thank you.
So is that, Suzanne, is that for items 4 and 5? Those 2, the comments you made are applied to those 4 items, so we can go ahead and check off 4 and 5? Okay. Okay, go
I
ahead,
have a
Councilman.
question. This is for Lisa. I guess everybody knows I have been supportive of you for this position because of the years you've been here and your expertise, but I have never once asked you how you felt about it. That's why I'm asking you. You know, do you want this position, or do you want to give it to somebody else? I never asked. I just assumed.
It will be my honor, sir.
Thank you.
I'm very passionate about the city, and the succession plan was part of my goal. So it'll be my honor to serve the community, the citizens, and
Alright.
the council.
Councilman White, you were up for discussion on this? Former councilman? We're gonna try to get everyone out of here early.
The only question I have is what certifications are necessary?
Excuse me, Mr. White, just for the record, note that Councilman Lysia has stepped out the room. Go ahead. At the appropriate time. Yes.
Yes, what qualifications do you need to get to be city secretary? I don't know if you've gotten those or are there classes you can go to for those? I
If
don't
I
know.
may, sir, I am currently enrolled in the certification plan.
How long-
And it's been a year, so it takes about 2 to 3 years to complete it. It's very expensive.
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that include the voting is in there too?
Yes, sir.
So
It's all aspects of
Yeah, I
the
knew,
job
I
description.
had an idea you had to go to class for it. Of course, Lisa's character is perfect. But there again, it's the council, it's your decision.
Should we wait till Mr. Lysia gets back?
Well,
You want to speak, Councilman Burton? Go right ahead.
I was going to say motion to amend
We were waiting for you to come back.
to keep her on as interim city secretary while we check TML to see if I don't have any, I don't have,
Again, that's contrary to the motion that's on the table.
I made a motion to amend though.
And your amendment is contrary to the motion that's on the table. Your amendment is to make it interim. The motion is to make it a permanent position. That's not consistent with the main motion, and therefore that's not an acceptable amendment.
Do you want to restate your amendment and ask guidance from the council as to how you would state it like you did in your previous statement? What's your intent?
My intent is to get supporting documentation. Again, I don't have any supporting documentation of the qualifications. She's currently taking classes. Does TML offer? Do we have 2 applicants from TML that already are approved?
We have, like I mentioned to you, we have 2 applicants that have extensive city secretary experience. And some of them have certifications.
And what salary were they requesting?
Well, we posted our, what do you call, advertisement. So we don't know what they're asking for. We just know they applied.
And I think this is why he's inquiring. He wants to know pay scales, description, job duties, just what traditionally you would go through in a vetting process for a candidate.
And
I think that's what he's trying to.
In all due
convey.
respect, it kind of got lost between city administrators. You kind of walked into it surprisingly, and it was left on the desk under some paperwork and never actually followed through. So that's the reason why I'm.
Councilman Barrera, go ahead.
Are you done?
Are you done, Mr. Burton?
Well,
Or you still wanted to?
well, I'm trying to see
inquire
how,
your motion?
I can't amend the motion.
Well, if you ask him how and what you want to do to amend that motion, he can give you some guidance.
Okay. City Attorney, Mr. Garza, can you give me
Okay.
some insight?
The main motion on the table right now, as I understand it, is to appoint Ms. Lisa Merlo as the permanent city secretary. That's been a motion and seconded. My understanding is that you believe it should be tabled because you don't have background information. There's not a way to amend the main motion to accomplish what you're wanting to do. You can basically argue that you're going to vote no, and you recommend the rest of the council to vote no because of the fact that you've not received the background information on Ms. Myrtle's application and the background, and you would like to compare with the other candidates that have applied. But I don't see how you can make a amendment under Robert's rules that will accomplish your goal that is not contrary to the motion that's currently pending on the table.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
So you don't want to, you recall your earlier, you revoke your previous asking for an amendment that can't be done. So you understand, and you can't.
Are you talking about item 4 now?
No, what you were trying to amend, to table.
Yeah,
It wasn't a valid
Okay,
motion.
so
There's-
it's not a valid motion.
I
Let's move on
can't amend
forward.
it. So
Councilman Sines?
I'd like to call the question.
Yes, sir. We'll call the question. Let's go ahead. and move
No,
on for a vote.
Oh, he had wanted
Yes,
to, he was
Yeah.
supposed to have
Well,
been
we
recognized.
called the question,
Okay.
though.
Well,
But hold on, we called the question, so
Yeah, he did.
that means we got to move forward.
All right,
Sorry,
let's
Mr.
move forward
Valdez.
then.
When-
he asked for the floor before he called the question.
But then the mayor recognized him and he called the question. So that's,
I'm very sorry, Mr. Valverde. I didn't see you ask, or I didn't hear you anything. Now, do I have the latitude to allow him to go ahead and speak anyway and say, we can't because.
you're
we
the
called
presiding
question.
officer.
I know I am,
but
but I just want to make sure
he's okay with
if
it.
it's important enough to him, I'm willing to do that. You sure, sir? Okay, so Councilman Sines, and let's go ahead and call for a vote. Councilman Valverde,
Yay.
Councilman Sines,
yay.
Councilman Lysia,
Yay.
Councilman Sellers,
Yay.
Councilman Burton.
Nay.
Okay, so we have 4-0.
4-1.
Motion
4-1.
carries. 4-1, motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Merlo. Okay, number 5, we already got now number 6. We're moving on. Discussion and action to select and hire a permanent city administrator. Mr. Lotto.
Okay, so also on September 3rd, unknowns to me, was that you did direct the city administrator at that time to go ahead and begin the process to hire a permanent city administrator. So if I could have my presentation, please. So basically what I'm just here is to ask you guys to look over this presentation, tell me if this is what you want us to do going forward, so I can go ahead and begin the process. So if I can, as soon as I get the city administrator presentation. It's basically, it's a framework. There we go. Okay, next slide. So again, this is just the background of when he departed, when you all made me interim, and then, like I said, we need to approve a framework, so we get exactly the way you guys want to go ahead and fill this position. Again, this framework's going to cover the how to advertise, how to interview, and how to select. It's going to be about a 2 to 3 month process. That's typical for this type of position to get filled. Fortunately, the holidays are now going to come up, and so we're going to have to work around that for everybody as far as interviews and things like that. So that's just a process that we're going to have to deal with. Understand that this process can be amended as we go along. So if we see how many people we get, we may have to expand it. I doubt we can go faster, but we may have to expand it. And then again, at the November council meeting, definitely will provide you what have we done up until that time so you know if we're still on track. Next slide, please. So the advertisement of the position, obviously we can go ahead and post on TML career website, our city website. There is talk about Indeed. Understand Indeed would cost us, that's the only one that would cost us money. TML does not. I can tell you that TML is pretty good. If you want to go, Indeed probably gets you more people outside of Texas. But TML is basically where everybody looks. We would advertise. What my recommendation is, again, this is subject to anything you guys want to change. is from the October 31st, only because we could do it tomorrow, assuming you don't have any changes to the job description. But we can go ahead and by the 31st, I hope we could advertise, basically run it to like the Friday before Thanksgiving. And then, of course, the only minor change that I know you guys had mentioned about the economic development experience. That's the only thing I looked at the job description. It doesn't have, I have 3 places that we can add some verbiage there to talk about economic development. We do have a decision where you can either do depending on qualifications, or you can throw a salary range in there. Depending on qualifications means you'll get everybody to apply. The price range may take some people out who either are already making that in another position somewhere else as an assistant. But either way, that's depending on qualification seems to be kind of the norm. So I could recommend that. Again, and then when you interview, that's when you'll talk about salary range to the actual applicant. What does he want in the interview process? I've seen that done. Once we get the applications, they'll be sent to the city secretary. We also can designate everybody on council to get them, or 1 or 2 people to get them. So that way, nobody's doing underhanded, trying to hide somebody's application, so that everybody's application is received, documented, and then make sure whoever's in the process, the interview, are selected. Because I assume you're going to get quite a few applications. The application process can be simply a cover letter and resume that usually covers everything you need to know. We can get them to fill out our application. Just means they'll have to go to our website as opposed to on TML. If they know that's the requirement, you'll probably get their application, or they'll submit something pretty quick, because they all pretty much have a resume ready, and a cover letter is pretty easy to change for whatever position they're applying for. And then we would distribute these applications to council by December 4th. Next slide, please. So then the actual selection of the candidate. So then you can, if you want to move this quicker, again, I can push it out if you want to do it at a council meeting, but you could have a special session. I looked at like December 11th. And in that, you guys would everyone would now look at all the applications, see who applied. Y'all can discuss which ones you think are the best, because if you get like 15 of them, you really want to narrow it down to a handful, unless you really want to interview 15 people, which that's going to take you a while. But by the December 4th, we need your questions that you want to ask the applicant, so that we can compile them, so that on the 11th, you're going to see the questions. Because I've seen this technique used where every councilman just submits whatever question they want. We eliminate duplicates, and then we come up, here it is. There's the list of all the questions. Y'all get to review them on the 4th. And so now you have your questionnaire for the interview, and you've got who you want to interview. So now we can go and start contacting those individuals. Hopefully, if our December council meeting is not too full, you might be able to do them in December on 16th. But again, that's where y'all will on the 11th get to decide what do y'all want to do. Because if it's just 3 or 4, you might say we can do that on that December council meeting, or you may, most likely you're going to have to push it to January. Okay. And during that time, once you narrowed it down, I would recommend that the people that are interviewing, which I believe is going to be the council, start calling the references to find out, because these are the people you're going to actually interview. You may want to start talking to the references, and it's best that I would recommend that the council divide them up and say, okay, you take care of these, you take care of these, and you can call the references and find out. Once we know who we're going to interview, we got our questions, like I said, then you're going to schedule the interviews. Like I said, you can put it on the regular council meeting, December 16th. By the way, you can do, and this one you have to decide right now, but I've seen it done both ways. You're going to have the applicant here and have it in open session. Most people do it in closed session, but I can tell you from experience, I've done it in open session and it's fun. Cause you have the residents here and they can get to hear. They don't get to ask questions, but they get to hear other people that are prospective that want that job. And if y'all have a good number and y'all, it's not too late at night and y'all have the energy, you can actually make that decision that night. If not, you'll have to come back later and make that decision. Okay, next slide. So then the actual hiring process. So then basically once you guys make that determination, whenever that is, you say, okay, this is when we're going to hire this person. We're going to make the offer letter. Then of course you got to finalize the contract between that individual and the city. Then you got to schedule your background checks, your pre-hire exams, and then you'll conduct a 2-week transition with the interim city administrator if he's available. Next slide, please. Okay, and then here's the example of the timeline. So this just gives you a quick synopsis of when this could happen. So theoretically, if everything fell exactly into place, you could have somebody here on January 6th. Okay, and then next slide, please. And so basically, like I said, you can make changes along the way. And like I said, but just remember, every time you make a change, you might just push it a little bit further, 2 to 3 weeks. So you may not get this person till the end of January, depending again, how it falls and how really the interviews are the biggest obstacle, because obviously if they can't make it here on that day, or y'all really don't want to impact your council meeting on the 16th, then, and really there's no time, unless you really want to try to have it before Christmas, you would have it in first part of next year. So anyway, that's my recommendation, and anything, if that's what you want me to do, that's what I'll do, or anything you want me to modify, I'd be more than happy to do it.
Okay, I'll go first now, Mayor, if I may.
You got it. I heard that loud and clear.
I just want to make a couple comments here. I've noticed a change on the
So
job
we need to take-
description.
We need to take formal vote, don't we? First, so do you have a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A motion to what's on the agenda? Discussion and action on the process to select a permanent city is the way it's written. So you can put process if you want.
Yes, make a motion
To select and
for the
initiate a
process to select the city
to
administrator.
hire a permanent city administrator. Okay. Got it. All right. Do we have a second to your?
I have a second that,
Second,
but I
Councilman
wanna-
Sellers. Now we'll open it up for
I
discussion.
would like to also,
Mr. Valverde wanted the floor after him, then you can,
yeah,
Did you
but
want-
I just wanted to amend that too.
okay, go right ahead. So you have a second one of the amendment.
I want another council meeting to discuss this around the 21st. The week of the 20th or whatever. I don't want to discuss it right here, right now. But I'm on board with you. But I would like another meeting to discuss the process.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay, so as amended, it's accepted. We don't need a second for it, correct? All right, so we have an amendment that's been attached to the original motion of Valverde, Mr. Councilman Valverde. Now, do we have a second again on that? Who seconded? That's right, you did, Sellers. And then now, Mr. Valverde, go ahead.
Yes, now I can speak, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I've noticed a change from on the job description from the last one created in April 2020. And this new one is dated October 24, 2022. And I think it's a feasible job description. There's two things that I would recommend to be in place on this job description. The first one is under the summary, right under the first paragraph. I'd like to see if you can add provides guidance to the EDC and works closely with the EDC director or manager. The second item, under duties, right after the 10th bullet, add sustains or improve staff performance by evaluating the performance of staff members at least annually, setting goals and objectives for them, periodically assessing their progress and providing appropriate feedback. Then once this job description is finalized, and I guess we can go into more detail, like what Mr. Sellers was wanting. But once this job description is finalized and approved by the council, we must create a performance evaluation form which matches the city administrator's job description. We need to get away from the cut and paste evaluation forms, which do not even coincide with the job description. For example, the evaluation form for the last city administrator is a copy of the Austin, Texas city administrator. We need to create a performance evaluation form applicable to our city. Another important item we need to consider is the agreement or the contract between the city and the city administrator. I was very disappointed with the last permanent administrator's contract, which offered a ridiculous severance package and allowances. I don't know if this package was approved by council, but it was ridiculous. So my recommendation is for my colleagues to get involved in creating the work or contract for the city administrator. Once this is accomplished, then we need to revise the evaluation form to make sure it covers all the job description. Thank you.
Excellent recommendation, Councilman Valverde. I commend you on your homework. All right, so where do we stand on this? Okay, so we're ready for a vote? With
I have a question for
comments from-
Mr. Lar. Do we need to provide direction right now on the job posting as to the, depending on qualifications or setting that salary range?
No, it sounds like y'all are gonna wait till November, so at that point, y'all can provide me the feedback then.
Are you still going to post it on TMO?
That's not what, because y'all are asking to review this framework next council meeting, so no.
Okay, thank you.
And if you like, I can put it on the special agenda that we're going to have very soon, right after this meeting. Would you
Well,
like to see that, Councilman?
What
Sines?
date are you planning on having that special
Why
agenda?
don't we sit down and talk about it? Come to some agreement that would be feasible for all of us.
All right.
Would you like to do that?
We can do that.
Okay, sounds good. So then we'll get back with you, Mr. Lara, on timeline, and then we'll share it with everyone else on, I'll reach out to you guys and see what would be a good appropriate date for the special call meeting. Councilman Sellers, you're okay with that?
Mr. Sellers, can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Recommendation and the amendment, Mark, was around close to the 20th of November to have a special meeting to discuss this.
Okay.
And not
So-
necessarily wait for the next council
Well,
meeting.
our next
no,
council
I
meeting
said
is November
right after
18th.
this meeting, Like another week from now.
No, another week
Yeah,
from
our
now.
next council meeting is November 18th. We
No,
moved
we're
it
not gonna
because of
discuss
the,
this. I don't want to discuss it today.
No,
Yeah,
but
at all.
we'll do it before.
We'll do it in a special session
Yeah,
as,
a session, like
yeah,
I
There you go.
Mayor Rodriguez,
Exactly.
but I don't want to push it 2-3 weeks. Oh, our next meeting is in 3 weeks on the 18th.
Yeah, we can do it 2
So-
weeks, next week. or
About, yeah,
whatever.
that's what I was saying, another
Yeah.
week from now.
Not
I
today.
just not
Well,
today.
Okay.
next
Yeah.
Monday is Veterans Day. So
Good with
that may
that.
not be feasible for,
Okay, I'm good for that. So we'll work it out.
yeah,
We'll try to
let's
work
you
it
and I
out.
discuss and we
Okay,
can see if
sounds good.
Yeah,
there's.
just when you're on your calendars, remember, we have a joint meeting on the 14th of
Okay,
November.
you just remind me or somebody just, as we're discussing. Sounds good. Okay, point taken. Okay, so now let's go ahead and call for the vote. Councilman Valverde, as the amendment was made by Councilman Sellers, and then in accordance to what you stated in your statements.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Sines.
Yeah.
Councilman Lysia.
Yeah.
Councilman Sellers.
Yeah,
Councilman Burton.
Yes.
Okay, we have a 5-0 vote, majority. Vote passes by majority. Okay, now we have a discussion and possible action on filling the Director of Community Development, number 7. Would y'all like to take a quick break, real quick? Take like a 5-minute. We've got about 25, 30 minutes before 8:30. I mentioned I want to get out of here by 8:30, but we run about 10 more minutes. or so, we'll be okay. So I'll move it along pretty quickly. All right.
Mayor, can you state the time?
Time is, the actual time is 8:07, and we're going to take a quick little break, 5 minutes max.
It's being recorded.
No problem, Ms. Merlo.
Mayor, if you can restate the time, please?
Yes, the time is again 8:15 PM, and we are back into open session from our little break. So let's go ahead and move real quickly on the discussion number 8. Oh, excuse me, we had somebody on number 6. Mr. Councilman White, you wanted to, former Councilman White, is he gone? Okay, he was on the list to speak, so going once, going twice. Is he outside? Does anybody know? Okay, well, if he's gone. Okay, all right, so he's on for number 7 as well, so he may still be here.
I
Where's
can go
bailiff?
check, Mayor.
Where,
Go
yeah,
check.
can someone check? Our bailiff, can he check? Where's he at? Yeah, he could be having a cigarette break outside. Somebody just let him know, so we can move on real quickly. He wanted to say a few words. Okay. Officer Holmes, did you happen to see former Councilman White outside smoking a cigarette? No, he's gone probably then. Okay, shall we move along then? Okay, let's go ahead and move along. So now we're on the action, Mr. Valverde, go right ahead. You had a PowerPoint? On
I
the
don't
junk
think
vehicle
we're
ordinance?
not there yet. We're on number 7.
Oh, no, I thought we had finished. Okay, number 7. So then we need to call the roll call vote for that? Where are we at?
We haven't just started, Mayor.
Okay, I'm lost a little bit. I'm sorry. We did the permanent city secretary, and I know we were discussing the city administrator.
We voted on 6. We're on 7 now.
Okay, so discussion
Mr. Lara
possible
to
action
present.
on filling the director of community development. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know. Okay, so Mr. Lara and Mr. Sines, go right ahead.
Right. So Councilman Mayor. So basically the next slide, please. As you know, the current status, the Director of Community Development is currently vacant. And no matter what happens, I'm not going back. Okay. So it is now vacant. Currently the building code official, that person is performing all the community development, public works activities right now. That person is currently non-exempt, which means they make overtime. And one of the things I want to stress is that in my 1 year there, looking at the previous 2 community development directors, there is no way one person can do it. And let's please understand, don't count the code enforcement officer. That person has their own function. But to handle the building activities, to handle all the street works, project works, and to do it correctly and to keep up, because I can tell you when I got there, it wasn't it was apparent that when they were solo, that COOs weren't getting approved or followed up as we got new vendors. Permits weren't making follow-ups to make sure they were closed. Work was being done and not even figuring out, hey, where's your inspections? Because it's a lot of work. And for one person to do that is just impossible. On top of doing all the managing the CDBG projects, Hillcrest, the Givler, because all those projects have to be managed because you want to make sure they don't do anything that's really overcharge you. You got to validate, verify. And so there's just no way one person can do it. And the last community development director actually brought on board the second person out there by claiming they were going to go part-time. Okay. And then when I inherited it, the 2 of us that were in there, we were able to clean up all of WODA on the COOs. We were working on the apartments because we got apartments that don't have COOs. So that's the current status of what you got there now. You got one person handling all that work. And so it's really important that we fill that position as soon as possible, because these are things that, you know, again, we got P and Zs, plats, replats, you know, these people don't want to wait. And if we actually do a lot of any eventual, or we plan on getting some community economic development, this workload is just going to increase. Next slide, please. So what I'm recommending that we do is that, and again, I hear what y'all are saying. We need to save money. And so one of the things that I believe, and I've heard some comments, also some titles and things like that. So what I recommend is reclassifying the director of community development and going to a community development manager. And that would entail changing the grade from a 52 to a 44. So a 52 right now makes 100,069, and that would drop it to 82,118. Basically, the job description, what basically changes is that the degree and the experience requirements get reduced, as opposed to when you wanted a director. If you were going to pay him that kind of money, you expect him to come with degrees and a lot of experience. So that would take care of the community development director position being filled by what now would be the community development manager. So that would be the person in charge. And this person would run what they do now. They would run the public works folks, the two people there, oversee code, and then any other oversights that they have to do. Then we would reclassify the building and code official to just a basic permit clerk. So currently that person is a grade 26. We would reclassify to a grade 15. So again, we would change the annual salary from 54,000 basically to about 40,000. Okay, next slide. So again, community development, the person who fills that position really supports economic development directly. And the reason they do that is because, again, they engage the developers. They work with current and new business owners. They're also part of what I like to see going forward, if it were me and we're recommending the future city administrator, is really you got to have an internal economic development team. And that really consists of the city administrator, which of course, that is my understanding, if you're not going to fill the economic development director position at this time, that's his main, one of his main functions he has to do now. And then you're going to have the community development manager, who's part of that team. And then of course, the community relations coordinator. Between the three of them, they need to strategize, taking especially obviously the input that comes from the council, and then also looking for opportunities. Because we got to get out there and we got to start figuring out how to develop these properties that are vacant or dilapidated and bring in community development. And these three would work in tandem and would be the point of contact for council to do the actual grind work, right? These are the people that are going to do the work that needs to get done. And this person would be able to manage public works activities, because really in the city of Balcones Heights, public works is not a big function, okay? If you hire somebody with public works experience, yes, you could probably bring in somebody with, less compensation, but this person is not going to be focused on community development or economic development. Trust me, I've worked with these kind of people before. They want to do water, sewer, storm drain, streets, and parks. Well, we don't even have a water system. Our sewer is just a collection system. Obviously, we have a storm drain, but that's, again, it's maintaining the drain itself and following what our stormwater plan is. And then, of course, streets and parks. Most of our street work is rehabilitated through CDBG. We do potholes and things like that, but we don't own any major equipment. And that's our staff is small too. And our equipment is very little, mainly for stuff cutting grass, little minor works and patches that we can do. And they really don't work with developers or business owners. They don't come with that mindset or mentality. So again, I think that we should continue to try to fill this position going forward with somebody more with the community development background or emphasis, because they tend to come with building activities. They already know about permitting, zoning, P&Zs. They probably worked with all that. Okay, next slide. So again, if the benefit of this staff changes, again, this is to reduce personal costs by 30,000. And again, trying to be sensitive to the wishes of the council, the wishes of the public. And this is not 30,000 that we're gonna take and say, hey, we're gonna go put it into somebody else's position. No, this is 30,000 it goes into not to be ever to be used unless y'all figure out y'all want to use it for something. Again, it's gonna be focused on economic development by going this route. And again, we can maintain the level of service associated with our activities. The other benefit is you can promote from within, because I think you have a person who's doing that job right now. They understand the whole process. They know a lot of the business owners. That person has interacted with them. And I think this person has already shown they're doing it. Okay. They're doing that work. And that person, I think, is going to be here in the long term. You're not going to bring somebody in who's going to bolt on you after he punched their ticket and then go off to another city and make a lot more money somewhere else. Okay, next slide. Okay, so basically, that's what I'm recommending is to make that change. And so that way, one, I think time is critical. And I think the longer we wait in this position, then the harder it is that, I know that people are thinking about economic development, probably trying to figure out to get something going. And then to do that, I think if we don't fill this position and get that clerk in there, I think what's going to happen is we may not give the level of service that we should be giving to ensure that the economic development that is so critical that we move it forward. And so anyway, that's my presentation, and hopefully I answer your questions, that you get your all's direction if y'all have any issues with it.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, let's first call for the vote, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So the discussion and possible action on filling the Director of Community Development. How soon does the council like to move on this? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to,
Okay, has to be
I
recognized.
think that's an excellent
Mr. Sullivan,
plan,
You want
and I'll make a motion to go forward with it.
on the process of
On the
filling
process.
in
Yes,
the Director of Community
as
Development?
he laid out.
The,
a second.
yeah,
Okay, so we have a second by Council.
just to clarify the motion, Mr. Lotta laid out a plan to reduce the position to a manager and make other changes. So I believe the
Just I'll
motion
make it
is
a motion
to
to
move forward with that plan.
move forward with the
With that
process
plan.
that he laid out.
With the process. And we have a second by Councilman Valverde.
Yeah.
Let's open it up for discussion.
May I be recognized?
Yes, sir, you may.
My question is
How does
actually-
that work? If we were to want to amend before we move forward, that,
Well, yeah, so let Councilman Size.
okay, the second
Yeah,
motion, that there's no
It's
more
already
amendment.
been
Okay.
done, so we'll move with Councilman
Yeah.
Size.
So my question is actually for City Attorney, Mr. Garza. So this position does not report to City Council. So we really don't have any direction to give to Mr. Lara as to filling the position. That's at his prerogative as City Administrator. Is that correct?
Yes, but however, the laid out plan will require budget amendments
Right,
that are
yeah,
within
so-
the council's.
So
that the
what we're
council have
doing
to
is
approve.
approving the changes, as he's saying, it moving from a community development director to a community development manager, and then changing the building and codes person to a permit clerk. That's what we're approving.
You're approving for the interim city
Or
administrator to
processing.
move with that process.
Right,
process.
but not the actual personnel.
That's correct.
Decision.
That's correct.
Okay.
The personnel decisions will be made by the city administrator.
Right, that's what I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure that was clear to the City Council. Thank you. That's my only comment.
Anyone else?
I would like some type of resume, who's going to fill this position.
We don't have purview over that. That's hiring and firing is strictly at the city
That's
administrator.
documentation, that's supporting documentation for this employee.
But what I'm saying is that City Council does not have,
Frank,
that's exactly what I just asked him.
You're not voting on filling the positions.
right,
You're voting on directing the city administrator to move forward with the plan he's laid out. That's it. Personnel decisions will be made by the city administrator.
okay.
Council does not have a say in any of those positions except city administrator, city secretary, city attorney, municipal judge.
Let's- So what he's saying, it's not
I
an
heard. Thank
appointed
you.
position.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. No.
Mr. President.
Yeah,
Councilman.
the only concern I have is if I heard right, we're overtasking the community development director. And now we're going to ask them to be part of a team with the economic development. I think that's the only part that I have a little bit of problem with, that we're already overtasking. We're saying that department is overtasked, and then we're giving them another task. Just, I would like to see that worked out a little bit better.
And I understand that. And the idea is we got to work on our processes to speed things up, make them more efficient to free time.
Okay.
Since I've been in that position, and I've been working with that person as well. We have improved the processes. We're not done yet.
Oh, and I've seen as a contractor and dealing with the permit process on a daily basis, you guys have done an amazing job of implementing and making changes along the way. I know one of the things that we do need to look at, and it's probably not the right time, is the impact fees, how we're going to move forward with the economic development. I don't want that to get lost along the way.
And that's why we need to have people in there.
So,
that can-
point of order, let's just not go outside the realm. I respect you're asking that, but let's stick with the point of what we're doing. It's the process. Now we'll let's
That
make
is
a
part of
roll
the
call vote.
process.
Councilman Valverde, how say you?
Yay,
Councilman Sines, how say you?
Okay.
Councilman Lysia, how say you?
yay.
Councilman Sellers, how say you? Councilman Burton, how say you?
Nay.
Okay, so we have four and then one nay. Motion carries. Okay, now we have number 8. Let's move very quickly. We're at 8:30 already. Discussion and action on junk vehicle ordinance. Mr. Valverde.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, our code enforcement department is being proactive in working on junk vehicle code violations. It was brought up to my attention that they feel uneasy enforcing the ordinance due to the current ordinance junk vehicle definition, and I agree. Our current ordinance does not say anything about expired license plates or registrations. You should have a copy in your packet of my recommended amendment. I am requesting to amend the current ordinance 94.01 definition of junk vehicle to be more specific, because we need to make it as easy as possible for our code enforcement department to enforce ordinances without any challenges. This is one case where the state law is of assistance, and it declares that a junk vehicle is a public nuisance. A junk vehicle, including a part of a junk vehicle that is visible at any time of the year from a public place or a right-of-way, public right-of-way. It is detrimental to the safety and welfare of the public. It tends to reduce the value of private property. This is one of the reasons why Balcones Heights has the lowest home value of the 10 selected cities, which I'll be showing on the next subject. It also invites vandalism, creates a fire hazard. It is an attractive nuisance, creating a hazard to the health and safety of minors. It produces urban blight, adverse to the maintenance and continuing development of the municipalities, and is a public nuisance. As we all know, it is our responsibility to make sure all code ordinances are being not just enforced, but equally enforced. In the past, all I've heard is that we're not here to penalize residents. We're here to support them to be compliant. Well, just take a drive around the city and you'll see how well this is working. I have always said that people will always take your kindness as a weakness. And I believe that our property values are the lowest because of not being a strong, consistent, and equal code enforcement community. So with this being said, make a motion to approve the recommended amendment for ordinance 94.01, definition of a junk vehicle.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, now let's open up for discussion very quickly. Do we have any discussion to the item that's being discussed? Councilman Sellers, go right ahead.
Councilman Valverde. I have a statement here. It says, a junked vehicle shall not be permitted to be parked or stored on or near lots with dwelling units or on streets or within right of way. Are you familiar with that?
It's supposed to be park on property, on private property for what?
There shall not be permitted to be parked or stored on or near lots with dwelling units or on streets or within right of way.
Yes, there's a limit on that. No junk vehicles should be parked on public streets for more than 72 hours. That's a Texas code ordinance. And on properties no more than 30 days.
Yeah, well, that pretty much says a junked vehicle can't be parked on the street.
Yes, sir.
Or more than,
It doesn't specify a time
Hold
here.
on, Councilman-
Was it-
Councilman Sines, hold on. Let's let them finish their exchange and then we'll recognize him. Go ahead, you two, you want to dialogue?
Yeah, well, the state, Texas code has a time limit, which I brought up a couple of months ago on a PowerPoint presentation that I put up on the screen. So by law, 72 hours, no more than 72 hours on public streets and no more than 30 days on private property.
That's in the city of San Antonio has that.
That's the state law, state Texas law.
Why haven't our code compliance person enforced that law in this statement?
Well, that's the reason I'm amending this one to help them, make it easier for them so they don't have any kind of challenges, because the current ordinance does not say anything about expired license plates or registration certificates. This amendment shows that. So any vehicle out there with expired certificates of registration or expired license plates is considered
Okay,
junk.
so are you amending that to include a leeway period? Like if my registration expires, I have 5 days to get it renewed according to the law. Or, the city of San Antonio, I'm sure the police, they'll give me 5 days to go get it.
Yeah.
So are you, with your amended, are you allowing, because if somebody inadvertently lets their vehicle expire a week or 2 or 3, it just passes their mind, are you giving some kind of leeway with your amendment?
Well, no, basically what junk vehicles is inoperable. That's what this ordinance is, inoperable. If you have one, you drive on a daily basis, you have an expired registration certificate, it's not really considered junk if you're driving it, but you're
But I
illegal after
understand.
5 days.
I understand what you're saying, but you're asking us to change or add to an existing ordinance.
I'm just asking you to change the definition of a
Change the
junk vehicle.
definition.
Yes.
And with that definition, are you allowing a leeway?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
you always have a leadway.
Okay.
Right.
As long as that leeway is there, if my grandmother, forgot to get a registration last month, I mean.
Yep. If I may just clarify, the definition of junk vehicle requires that it not have a valid license or registration and is operable or wrecked, dismantled. So it requires more than just not having a
Okay.
valid registration.
Okay.
Let's move forward real quickly, Councilman
That's fine.
Sines, so that we can move forward on this and get a.
No, I was just gonna say what
Go
Mr.
ahead, Council.
I was going to say what Mr. Garza said, that it has to meet several criteria, inoperable and
Call
on
the
a public,
question.
yeah.
Okay, call a question. Mr. Lotto wanted to say something real quick. Make it real quick.
Again, we always make contact with the resident, and if they tell us what the issue is, we'll work with them.
Okay,
We're
great.
not there to punish, we're there to work with them.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Valverde,
Yay.
Councilman Sines,
Yay.
Councilman Lysia,
Yay.
Councilman Sellers.
Yay.
Councilman Burton.
Yeah.
Okay, 5-0, motion carries. Okay, Councilman Valverde, real quickly now, discussion regarding the recommendation to reduce expenditures. We're at about 8:45.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, Councilman. Lysia.
I appreciate the sense of urgency, but I think we're moving along too fast. I
Well-
appreciate that we're doing it, but I think we need to conduct business at a normal pace and not try to rush
Well,
things.
we're doing fine.
Thank you.
I think we're moving along. I appreciate your comments though, and I'll take that in consideration. Thank you, sir, very much. So moving right along, Mr. Valverde, go right ahead.
Yes,
sir.
Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of months ago, I mentioned several ways or several ideas to my colleagues on possible ways to save money for our city. But before presenting these ideas again, I want to present interesting information I researched to see how comparable our city is with the 10 selected cities chosen for the police department salary survey. Could I have slide number 1, please? I have always expressed my concern as to how can we stay comparable with the cities which have greater revenue than Balcones Heights. I've always been told that Balcones Heights must be comparable with our police department salaries, otherwise we won't have any people working here. I never agreed with this statement simply because our city just doesn't have the same or more revenue as the selected 10 surrounding cities. The figures and numbers of personnel I'm about to present may not be accurate, but I'm sure they're not too far off. I had asked a staff member about 2-3 weeks ago for assistance to verify my numbers before I presented them, but I never received a verification. The intention is to find out how realistically our city is comparable with the surrounding selected cities, not just in PD salaries, but in revenue and positions. I believe most of these cities don't have a step increase program or police officers association, which has an impact on the budget and makes a difference. Next slide, please. It's supposed to be on revenue. There you go. I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's look at the general budget revenue, property tax revenue, and the home values to see how comparable our city is. The general budget revenue is in descending order, with Live Oak being the highest and Hill Country Village with the lowest. Balcones Heights and Olmos Park as, or the two most comparable cities, which are very, which in terms of the general budget revenue. Now let's look at the property tax revenue. All cities have a greater tax revenue than our city, except Hill Country Village. Let's look at the home value, which plays a big role in property tax. And the average home values range from $218,000 up to $1.2 million. Balcones Heights has the lowest home value of $218,000. Next slide, please. This is the tax rate comparison. This chart shows Balcones Heights second to the highest tax rate. This is where a lot of people get upset and don't understand the reason behind it. the general fund, property tax revenue, and home values are the biggest reasons for this. FYI, Somerset is number one on the highest tax list due to their general fund revenue of only 2 million and the property tax revenue of only $989,000. The less the general fund, property tax value, and home value, the higher the tax rate is going to be. The cities in the blue fonts are the 10 cities on the list, and they have greater property tax revenue and greater home values than Balcones Heights and Somerset. Home value is a big factor in property tax, and a clean, well-maintained community is a big factor on home values. This is the reason for our city to maintain a clean community. Next slide. Now let's look at the police department rank and personnel. But before I go any further, I had Lisa pass some slides here for you. I'm not going to go over them because I don't want to take too long, but that's for your information. If you have any questions, you can call me. We can discuss it.
Councilman Valverde, in lieu of what Councilman Lasea has brought up, take the time that you need, sir, to present you spent a lot of time to compile this data. I think you deserve to present it.
Okay, thanks, sir. Now let's look at the positions and get an idea of what we have in place compared to other cities. All the cities have a chief with the exception of Castle Hills. And some cities have an assistant chief. We don't have one. We have 2 lieutenants. There's other cities that have 3 or 1. Sergeants, we have 3 sergeants. There's certain cities that have 4, up to 5, 6. We have 6 corporals, and Live Oak has 6 corporals also. The rest of the cities have less than 6. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at the annual salary for the city judge. Look at the general revenue fund. Balcones Heights has 5 million. Yearly salary for the judge is 29,000. The rest of the cities are paying less than Balcones Heights, with the exception of Leon Valley. Leon Valley is paying 41,000, but look at the general fund revenue they have, 14 million. Live Oak has 20 million, and they're paying $36,000. Let me, next slide. Let's look at the fire department rank and personnel. As you can see, all the cities have a chief with the exception of Garden Bridge and Hill Country Village. They have no fire departments. Balcones Heights does not have an assistant chief. Some of the cities do. Some of the cities have two assistant chiefs. Balcones Heights has 3 captains. Most of the cities have 3. Balcones Heights has 3 lieutenants. And everybody has 3 with the exception of Live Oak and Almost Park that have 6. Hollywood Park has 3 engineers. None of the cities have any. And then you see the numbers of firefighters there for a total of Balcones Heights has 16. And Almost Park, which is very comparable to Balcones Heights, has 13. Terrell Hills, the same number of firefighters as Balcones Heights. Next slide, please. I mentioned this about two months ago on possible ways to save money for our city. My intention was to generate ideas for my colleagues to see how we can make changes to save money, cut expenditures, and not personnel. Next slide. And this is what I had mentioned. Possible ways to save money is put on hold the following for 1 year or revisit some areas. Promotions, I don't think there are promotions coming up in this next year, so we probably won't be saving anything with this idea. Step increase, I don't know what impact this will have on the budget. Unfortunately, this will impact everyone except the PD because of the contract. Hold all training and travel expenses except for mandatory training for the PD, fire department, or other mandatory training. We might be able to save some money here. Possibly renegotiate comp time with the Police Officers Association. This would satisfy the police officers who stated they would rather have the comp time versus the overtime pay. And this will relieve the impact of approximately $80,000 in the general fund. And possibly research to see if it's cost effective to contract the street and park maintenance services or hire part-time employees versus full-time employees and the cost of benefits, equipment, and materials needed. Hold the telephone allowance for council and all employees. This will save approximately $5,000 a year. Start impounding junk vehicles on public streets and properties. This should generate revenue and keep our community clean. Next. Revise positions, titles, and ranks to be comparable with our surrounding cities for possible savings. Possibly implement a charge for excessive calls to multi-family units. I read something somewhere that a city can charge a fee for excessive police calls to multifamily housing. Investigate to see if it's possible to cut 2 full-time dispatch employees and utilize part-timers and keep a full-time supervisor and 2 dispatchers instead of 5 full-time people. Our PD ranking system shows 6 corporals. What is the justification for these 6 positions? The pay difference between a police officer and corporal is approximately $6,000 for each position. These positions, I believe, impacted our budget by approximately $36,000. The POA is a huge impact on our budget, and residents who voted to approve the POA, the BPOA, police, Balcony Heights Police Officers Association, had no idea that this was going to cost the city a lot of money in the future. I don't think any of these, I don't think any of our surrounding cities have a POA. Next thing is to recruit as many reserve police officers to possibly cut down on overtime. And next one is, since the city's not getting any revenue from the Wonderland of the America partnership, possibly negotiate paying half the cost for repairs or maintenance for the property. I just can't believe that with new businesses coming in, there's no revenue available for our city for 2025. Next. So make changes or leave it alone. We went over the general budget revenue, and most cities have a greater amount. It seems Balcones Heights pays the city judge a higher salary than all 10 cities. We looked at the ad valorem tax revenue, and most cities have greater amount of revenue. We looked at the tax rate comparison and know why Balcones Heights is the second to the highest. We looked at the home values, and Balcones Heights has the lowest. We looked at the police department positions and ranks, fire department positions and ranks. And like I said, I provided you a copy of the salaries for the PD to compare with our surrounding cities. So the next slide, please. Recommendation for the council is that we must stop wasting time on nonsense and understand our positions, responsibilities, and limits on what we can and cannot do as a council member. We need to get serious and provide better directions to staff on what needs to be done for our city to prevail. We need to pay more attention to the expenditures, have workshops to revise all positions and salaries, work closely with the city administrator to monitor change on position titles and promotions of personnel to see how it will impact the budget. Next, please. This concludes my presentation. Please understand that I am not targeting any employee or department. I'm trying to find a way to help our city prevail. I am simply comparing Balcones Heights with other cities to see if we can do anything to cut down on expenditures and not employees. Any questions, comments?
Councilman Sines.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Valverde, for that. It's a lot of information, gives us a lot to think about. I do want to say that some of the comparisons may not be applicable if we're only looking at our general revenues and ad valorem revenues, because we also have to take into account the amount of work that we're contracting to our city, the judge. So if the judge has work that's on par with Leon Valley and with Live Oak, that may justify that expense. Like Almost Park may not have as many court cases as our judge sees. So that may be one thing we have to look at. I think also we have to look at seniority of the positions. So the higher or the longer a person is with our city, they'll earn more, right? So a senior lieutenant or something will have more money or will earn more money than a junior lieutenant. That may be comparable at another city. So we need to look at all those things as well, not just looking at our revenues, but also looking at the amount of work we're asking these people that we're working with and paying, and also looking at the seniority of those positions.
Okay, I understand that. As far as the figures on the PD, that's the current pay right now with seniority or whatever.
Right, I get that, but
Yeah, because
I'm not sure how our police officers' seniority and longevity compares with other police departments. So that may be something we have to look at as well.
Let him
Yeah,
finish
but
explaining.
that's under the salary survey that we got. That's where the numbers are coming from. And again, like I said, I'm just trying to put out this information so that everybody can see it and we can generate some ideas and have workshops like I recommended and see if we can work this out. As far as the judge, I really don't know how many cases they have, how many cases they don't have. I know Live Oak and Leon Valley, which pay 41,000 or something like that. I'm sure that they do a lot more cases than we do. But
Mr. Garza is shaking his head no. I know we have a very business.
Mr. Sines, hold on. Let him finish what he was saying before.
But I was going to say, we used to pay our judge a lot less than that. And I don't know if the workload has increased that much more. And if it's justified, that's good. I don't have an idea with that. But the main point I'm trying to make is put a picture out there and let's do some investigation.
Yeah.
And let's get some realistic numbers and then compare it and see what we can do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's just the point I was trying to make. We need to look into that and justify those expenses.
Yeah,
like you just said.
and
So
that's-
if the judge's workload is on par with those cities that pay a little bit more, then okay, that is a fair compensation for him. If it's more on par with Almost Park, then we should be paying more on par with Almost Park. But we also need to look at the same thing, seniority, because that salary survey is just looking, okay, their lieutenants make this much. It's not looking, I don't think, at how long those lieutenants have been in that position or how long they've been with the police department and
I understand
so
that.
it's going to require some more digging, some more
Exactly.
research into
And-
this, and I support that 100%.
Yeah, and
I
that's
think-
why I'm presenting this.
I
So,
think points have been making on both sides. Councilman Lysia, would you go ahead and put your input?
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Councilman Sines says. Mr. Valverde, I commend you for all this research that you did. I'm sure it took plenty of time. And like Councilman Sines says, we need to do some more investigative work. I'm sure PD and fire have their logistics. So I agree, let's study it collectively and see what we can agree to disagree and just keep moving forward.
Okay, any other comments? Okay. So the comment that I need to make is that I think Mr. Valverde has done an exemplary job of bringing this information to us. It is extremely factual, or let's just say that it's extremely informative. And I would say, dare say, with working with staff, they gave you some pretty close factual numbers. And I think that what you're advocating here is, in order for us to make a change in our city, we're going to have to make some hard decisions, and we're looking at what those decisions could be. So you want to look at comparisons of what we're currently paying. And I think, Councilman Lysia, that the purview of that responsibility does not belong with the departments. It is within our purview as the policymakers. And you as the council, it is within your authority to have these type of discussions. And then I think we should move into a workshop right away. And I'd like to appoint you as the chairman of that workshop. Get it moving quickly. I'm talking about less than 30 days. We can get this workshop moving, get it put together. You select your committee members. Let's start examining all the information, do some more research, bring forth, and I think the citizens deserve this. This is what I think the citizens want to hear. They want to hear because they've been presented with the factual financial information taken from our budget to provide them as to what each individual city employee makes with benefits. And so they have been really concerned and want to know what's going on in our city. How did we get to be where we're at? And then since we've been operating on consistently, in my opinion, not a very good system, because we've had deficits every year in the budget process since 2015. Because I asked, Mr. Messick, how long has this been going on? Well, we've been coming up with deficits every year instead of being, and then we balance it, obviously, but we have these deficits to begin. I think that if we properly approach these things like you're doing, and we collectively come up with a strategy that everyone can agree on, then I think it would be a win-win for the city, the taxpayer money, and everything in general for the operating funds that we have. So I think you're right on the money, Councilman Valverde, and I commend you for that. It takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of fortitude to do what you did. And it's very informative. So, kudos to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just Mayor, and like you had said that we're the legislatures and the departments, we need their input. Our view is our view from the outside. We need to make sure that the police and fire have what they have. And I agree, we're going to disagree along the way, but we cannot do and succeed with numbers alone. We need all that facts. We need all that information. Numbers alone will not provide us anything, because if we're going to go with numbers, we're going to end up with the smaller suburban cities that don't have the volume of work that we have. But yes, let's move forward. Let's collectively find out what we can do to support our staff and not necessarily just concentrate on numbers, because I don't want to reduce the numbers and then we have with less than substandard staff or services.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's an appropriate statement. And I think with Mr. Valverde picking his board members to the workshop that you're going to conduct, sir, if you're one of those board members, you can advocate those comments at that time, and it can be considered by the committee, and then you can come back. And if you're not one of the board members, you always have the opportunity in an open forum to address. So I think we're moving forward in the right direction. I think it's perfect. Let's do a roll call vote if we haven't done that yet.
There's no action.
There's no action.
There's
Okay.
no vote,
So
no
thank you
action,
for the
Mayor.
discussion. Great.
Just discussion,
Yeah, so there was
recommendation.
no action on this, correct. Okay, great. Now let's move on down to item number 10. Item number 10, discussion recommendation regarding City of Balcones Heights emergency preparedness strategy in the event of unforeseen catastrophic emergency incidents. Chief Marroquin, I had talked to City Administrator, Interim City Administrator Lara, and what I was looking for, and I gave him heads up before you came to the meeting because you didn't have any of that. And I think he did convey to you what I was looking to try and accomplish. And all I'm trying to do is to make sure that, we're ready in case, the world we're living in is so chaotic right now. We don't know how the war situation is going to turn out. We don't even know. I mean, they're talking, and then of course, not to scare anyone, but you have talk of nuclear attack. You've got, terroristic attacks. I want our police department and our fire department to be at full capacity response. And so, in akin to, like, in the most simplistic way I can put it is how schools conduct their fire drills. I like to see those kind of drills that you're conducting, get the men moving out there and then figure out, what about if we had to close the entry points of the city to secure the safety of our community? What about our water resources, our electrical delivery systems, the communications? We do have that back with Bear Met 911. They do have backup systems in the event everything goes down here. They can put us online. They've got that information, rather that system ready to go for all cities that are participating entities. So with that, let you carry it, and we don't have to spend a whole lot of time. I just wanted, discuss that with you and bring it to the council's attention.
Okay, we do have a emergency management plan.
Okay.
It's kind of an all-encompassing one for all the jurisdictions around here, and it's through Bear County Office of Emergency Management. I have a copy of one right here. On the
Okay.
L drive, I uploaded, I had help uploading the full packet. One's a basic plan, and there's like 15 different annexes that cover different types of function as far as communications, fire department, police department, what each organization is going to do. And it does cover a wide range of natural catastrophic events and man-made, as well as CBRN attacks and those kinds of things. But I can definitely look into seeing about how we can do some kind of drills, tabletop
Perfect.
or further. But I mean, you want more of a citywide type of
Good.
event, or
You can do them periodically. Figure out what you think would be best for your men.
Okay.
And the same with the police force, that whatever would be conducive to just being alert, ready to move. Every officer would know exactly how, at what point, who's the point of contact, how you would operate, who would control traffic, who would control in and out, coming in the city, how we would protect our city and our citizens. And this way we would have a plan, which you already have, but maybe you can enhance it a little bit.
yeah.
And so it'd be great to see some movement, and then just let us know. I'll help you with our community outreach that can communicate with the citizens and let them know when you see these things, they're not emergencies, it's emergency preparedness. We're just fine tuning to make sure that we're ready in the event something happens.
And to be honest, the first thing we'd probably do is call Bear County,
Mhm.
because they have all the resources and manpower.
Right,
And I mean, that'll be one of the first calls, and
great.
hopefully we can, if it's a citywide event, that we can beat the other cities and get the first.
Good. Do you have
First-
contacts, as I do?
I have contacts,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Peter Sakai held a suburban cities meeting when I first came into office.
Mm.
I think it was a little latter part of May. And we had a suburban meeting, and they expressed to all the suburban cities an interest in helping in any way whatsoever with emergency services. So if I can help in any way, just reach out to me.
Yes, and then, I mean, and I can get with Mary to maybe convey some information via newsletter or Facebook or website.
Okay.
Because preparedness is gonna have to start within each person's home. They can't necessarily rely on us to prepare their own home.
Right,
And
maybe we-
each one of their needs is gonna be different, if somebody's in a wheelchair and those kinds of things, and if they can reach out to us and
Perfect
convey
example.
that information, so.
Excellent.
But I can,
I think you're
look
onto
into
it,
stuff
so
like that.
excellent. Mr. Lotta, just if you can work with him and have staff, make sure that we coordinate communications with the public on that to make sure that once we initiate these type of exercises, that they'll be on board.
No problem.
Okay, great. Chief Janahara, please, could you provide some input on your department? How you intend to implement that exercise? Would you work with our fire chief, obviously?
Catastrophic event, obviously it would go back to our ICS training. 2 chiefs ago, the city pushed a lot of the ICS training, which resorts back to incident command training. A lot of us are still certified on that. Obviously, we're going to work with the fire department. As Chief Marroquin had mentioned, Sheriff Salazar is always reaching out. He knows exactly what happens in our city before it even happens, I think. He has some magic tool. He reached out to me with our 205 shooting and a couple months back on April 12th. And I had just arrived on scene, so asking if we needed assistance. So we have a really good communication. He's always been there for me. As far as surrounding cities, going a little bit further back when we had our sergeant that was shot, not a catastrophic event, but dealing with personnel and incident on the police side. We were overloaded with DPS, San Antonio, Bear County, Leon Valley, and Castle Hills. Castle Hills is in lieu of a police chief right now, but once they get on board, I think I know who they're going to promote. So we'll develop that communication and coordination with that department. Chief Gonzalez,
he's about to leave Leon Valley, but they're preparing someone to fill his spot. So as far as police side, we have that covered. If it's a active shooter event that we're dealing with, which is probably 90% of the time now, I know Mayor De Leon had always stressed with us on that. Every officer that we have is active level 1 alert certified. And we actually have an instructor that we're sending so we can train our own within the house. So besides that, just other training that deal with, erase, which is training our public as well. We were planning through the years to always coordinate with the mall. I don't know if we have the personnel from the mall, but it just seemed when we prepared that and they allowed us to use the mall, our WODA, for that training on a Sunday. And then, of course, our school, which is St. Gregory's, Ms. Cortez has always been grateful to allow us to come in and utilize that as an active shooter setting surrounding it. Back to the mall, it just seems like personnel is constantly changing with them as far as who would we coordinate with. So we never jumped on that when Mayor De Leon was in office. But so we're looking at doing something with St. Gregory's because they installed a system that actually notifies us and communicates with our dispatch. So we get alerts. We actually get on scene preview and alerts where the shooter is at. So we run drills with them all the time. That helps us. I know that's for their school because it's a private school, but it's like training for us as we pretty much about every, I would say not a quarter, I'd say twice a year that the officers, actually arrive on scene. They secure the students in another area and one of the teachers actually present themselves as an active shooter. So it keeps our tools sharp in that area. But back to your original question, everything we would coordinate. I believe all this started with Chief Prince, a couple of chiefs back. That was back in my early days when I was on the street. So we coordinated all that training to create an event, a catastrophic event to shut down the city. The 20 years that I've been here, we've never created that event, but I mean, we can do anything. So we just have to plan it and coordinate it. We need assistance, obviously, because if we had something to that magnitude, we would need assistance from the outside agencies like San Antonio and, like Chief mentioned, Bexar County.
So I think you were focusing more on the shooting events, which didn't happen and have been happening more and more. And just in closing, I just like to make sure you understand. And the fire chief answered perfectly well on what I was asking for. I think he understood. And maybe you can get together with him and he can work with you on the focus of what I'm really looking for. I'm looking more towards where you're going to be having exercises with the officers to coordinate with the fire department as well. In the event, you've got to mention earlier, closing entrance and exits, points and things like that, and having exercises of different scenarios, not just shooting. But because see, if anything does happen of that magnitude that I'm talking about, then all of these departments that you're talking about, they're going to have their hands full. And we're going to be on our own. So we got to be ready just in case. And that's all I'm saying is be ready, be on your toes in the event we have to act solo by ourselves. And this way we can self-sustain ourselves.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of being safe, being proactive.
So
That's all.
can I answer that question, Mayor?
Yes,
So
I'm sorry.
right now, and I don't mean to scare anybody, but we're not gonna be able to handle that. At the most that you have right now is you have 2 officers on duty. So I don't know if Mr. Burton's gonna bring it up, but he had an incident Sunday night and he reached out to me, but I've asked for officers through the years and with budget talks and what's going on, we've had 2 officers on since the early 2000s, I think when you were in office before. And whatever has caused us not to be able to bring extra officers on, I know we're 7/10 of a square mile, but like I've said before on previous meetings, we're dealing with the San Antonio runoff. We don't necessarily have our residents and the people that live in Balcony Heights that are our problems, but you're focusing on, let's just say, shutting off streets. Well, then I'm going to be able to shut off maybe Fredericksburg and maybe Balcony Heights North, but everything that surrounds us, we wouldn't be able to do it. Maybe during the day because you have administrative officers like myself, which I like to go out on the street and I like to assist the officers. And there's plenty of times at investigations, which that's another position that's frozen. So we haven't been able to fill that position. So shut me off when you're ready to shut me off. But the thing is that, so constantly investigations is coming down on patrol because they're overwhelmed with calls, and that's pretty much 3 to 4 times during the day, so.
Why would you say shut me off? I wanted you.
I don't know how much.
Point of order, point of
I
order.
just,
I know, but I'm calling for the point of order.
Hold on.
Before, I know, but before it goes out of control, I'm
Sir.
calling point of order.
You're doing it again.
Chief,
Now, I asked you not to
Fire
do that.
Chief.
I asked you not to do that. You have not asked me to be recognized, Mr. Stea. You're out of order. Now, I told you I was gonna have zero
Mayor,
tolerance.
I'm sorry. I think
Yes.
we have an emergency right now.
Okay, let them take off and do what needs to happen real quick. I told you, Mr. Lysia, I'm gonna have the bailiff remove you. Okay, zero tolerance. Let me take care of that, and I'm gonna have you. I told you not to do that.
Mayor, I have
Yes,
something to
Councilman.
say. You know, you're talking about a catastrophic event. It's gonna be chaos no matter what if that happens.
I just wanted.
The
to be
only
prepared.
thing I would recommend is that if the police and fire have gas masks,
Yeah.
if they don't, they need to budget for it. Other than that, what's gonna happen is gonna happen.
Right.
Period.
And I just, in your point, Chief, what you're making is an excellent point, because that's why I do want to do this, because you are short. And so I want you to be able to manage with whatever you got and do the best you can. We
Yes, sir.
know you're going to be short. We know there's going to be,
Yes, sir.
some issues with that, and that's quite acceptable. And so all I'm asking is just, work with the fire department, put together a little plan, and
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
sir. We've always worked together.
I know,
I know,
but
Mr.
just-
Sines, I had heard something about gas masks. So we applied for a grant 2 years ago, and we received all of those types of equipment with gas masks, chemical spills. And I know that
Yeah.
kind of relies on fire
call
department.
the bailiff.
But the thing is that we just decided we wanted to get our officers prepared for that. The only reason why I just wanted to get you up to date on that information is just because you had mentioned, shutting off intersections. Well, as of now, right now, if we had to shut down the city, I think you have 2 officers on at the most. And that's just, we've tried every type of shift. We tried 8-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts, and it's not feasible. We just don't have enough
Okay,
officers to
Chief,
do that.
thank you so much. So I think we can move on. Officer,
Mayor, may I be recognized?
just a minute, please. Let me take
Actually,
care of
it
this.
pertains to
Let's
this.
take care of this.
It pertains to this.
I'd like you to ask Mr. Lysia to leave the premises. I told him there
Mayor.
would be no zero tolerance on interrupting or asking the chair to be recognized prior to speaking. He interrupted, caused a disruption. I want him removed.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Go ahead and leave.
May I be recognized? May I be recognized,
No,
please?
I'm in the process of doing something. I'll recognize.
May
you
I
just
be
a little
recognized,
bit.
please?
Let me
It
finish.
pertains to this, sir.
No.
Mayor, before I depart, under Robert's Rules of Order, you're allowed to call for the point of order 2
You
times
have to be recognized, sir.
before you're
You have to be
recognized. It is called the point
And
of
you're
order
still
to
doing it.
minimize the
This is
infraction.
what You need to have the chair to be recognized.
And that's
did
the,
not know
and
it.
that's
Mayor.
the problem.
And I
When the
warned
chair,
you.
when the chair is not responsive,
Please leave,
that's
sir.
when it
Leave.
creates a
Mayor.
problem.
Leave now.
Mayor, may I be recognized, please? Under Robert's Rules of Order,
You can be, but
Okay,
he
thank
needs
you.
to be removed now.
actually, it pertains to this. So may I be recognized?
I wish you
under-
guys would stop doing this. This is so disruptive. We were working the
I've-
council meeting so well.
I've asked to be
and we're
recognized
trying
multiple
to get
times, sir.
through, But I asked in the beginning, I told each and every one of you, now and in the past meetings, zero tolerance, because this has been disrupting our meeting.
May I be recognized, please?
So please, Mr. Lysia, leave now.
May I be recognized, please? May I be
Not until
recognized,
he
please?
leaves the room, we're not going to continue.
Sir, it pertains to this.
Then
Under
if
Robert's
you
Rules of
can go
Orders,
to
under
after-
Robert's Rules of Orders, you can be overruled if the city council votes to
You haven't
overrule
been
your,
recognized the overrule, sir.
and that's why I'm asking to be
And I'm not
recognized because,
recognizing you.
okay. Would you recognize anybody else?
Sir. This way you learn, this is not going to happen anymore. I'm going to have zero tolerance.
Just for the record, I am being asked to remove.
Yes, to leave the
The next
premises.
item that's on the agenda was my item, and I believe this is why I'm being removed.
No.
It is a complaint that
You'll
was
find out
filed
what'll
against
happen
the
on that
mayor.
item.
And the rules you are violating, you're infringing on my freedom of speech because you are doing the things that you want to do and not
See, there you go
abiding
again.
by the law.
Please leave the premises. I did ask you not to do that many times.
May I be recognized?
Okay, so we were on the subject of the Balcones Heights number 10. We're
May
gonna
I be
continue-
recognized, please?
No, you may not, because we're on a subject number 10. Whatever you're going to bring up have no relevance to the item that we're discussing on the agenda. So point of order, we are on item number 10. We need to continue with item number 10. So item number 10, there is no action. We have finished up the discussion unless anyone else has any other subject to discuss.
I just wanted to mention, you got the acronym for me. So, when previous mayor was on council, and it was Chief Prince, we all had to take ICS training to find the succession of chain of command. And it's an online test. It's easy. Yeah.
I jotted that down to find out who has all the NIMS classes.
I still have
all
my
the old-
certs.
I still have all the old certs in my.
Yeah, I got all my certs.
Okay,
Just-
anything
I-
else
we
on the
should-
item 10 agenda?
We should be looking at ICS training now.
Anything else? Item 10? Okay.
May I be
So
recognized, please?
No, sir, unless it's relevant to this item.
It's
Only
relevant
relevant
to
to item
the situations that
No,
that
sir,
just
then I
happened.
will not recognize you. We're gonna have to stick to item number 10. So
I
if
believe
you're not
item
gonna
number 10
talk
is
about
done.
item 10, we're not gonna talk
I
about
believe item
anything
number
else.
10 is done.
Excuse me?
I believe item number 10 is done.
Yes, we are. So now we'll
Okay,
move
so
on to
now-
item number 11.
Now, may I be recognized between item 10 and item 11?
No, because we need to open it up. I have to first let you know what's gonna happen with it. Item number 11.
Okay. So
Item
I make a
number
motion
11
to overrule
regarding-
the mayor and not
Listen,
acknowledge
No, wait a
me.
minute, you need to be recognized. Again, you're out of order. So the item number 11, whether Mr. Lisea was here or
May I ask a
not,
question from the city attorney, please?
you know the rules, sir. You need to be recognized in order for you to speak. If you do not ask the chair to be you ask the chair and the chair does not recognize you, then we need to stay relevant to the context of this agenda.
Sir,
We were on number
The
10.
mayor, the presiding officer can also be overridden by
You
a,
need to be recognized to do that, sir.
but you're not recognizing
Yes, sir, I'm
recognizing
not, because we
anybody.
need to move forward with the agenda. Let's go to item number 11. Item number 11 will be removed from the agenda because it was not properly put on the agenda. It does not provide due process to the individual, the
You-
recipient of those complaints. You're supposed to provide notice to me that complaints have been filed like you did last time. You didn't do it either. And you put these complaints and their allegations that have not been proven true. And you guys want to talk about it in a public forum about me without any substantive proof that it has occurred. So I should have the option, in accordance to the rule, that I have an option to place that item on executive session. So the way it was placed on
May I
the
be
agenda,
recognized for number 11?
the way this thing was placed on the agenda was incorrect. It should have had language, deliberation under so and so and so, and it should say that I have the opportunity to have it in a closed session. I should have that right to do that. It's specifically if you're targeting me on it. So we're not going to have the discussion.
May I be recognized for
And
number
I have
11,
the
please?
authority and power to remove it off of the agenda, and that's what I'm doing.
May I be recognized on number 11, please?
So let's move on now to item number 12. Discussion and possible action to review the city council code of ethics. You can read them out of public. Yes, you can.
Chair,
You can do that. That's fine. Go right ahead.
Mayor, there were a few people I think believe signed up for 11. Is that?
I'm sorry.
Is that what he's saying?
Yes, he wants to have public.
Yes, that was
dialogue.
my point.
I'd like to read a matter of public record.
Go right ahead.
This is from the Balcones Heights Police Officers Association. This was sent to the chief of police, the city administrator, and the council members. Subject, grievance expressing no confidence in Mayor Johnny Rodriguez. I'm going to read this directly off of the letter to ensure that my behavior is not disruptive in any way so that I do not be asked to leave. This is a matter of public record, and that's all I'm going to read. The Balcones Heights Police Officers Association has unanimously gathered and reviewed facts, observations, thoughts, and feelings transpiring from Mayor Johnny Rodriguez's actions and manipulations. Therefore, the BHPOA is regretfully writing to formally express our grievance and declare an undisputed vote of no confidence in Mayor Johnny Rodriguez. As a concerned, united group of employees for the city of Balcones Heights, we believe the leadership of the current mayor has proven time over time to be inadequate in addressing the pressing needs of our community. and he has undermined the public trust through various actions and interactions. 1, failure of leadership. An effective leader is one who can lead a group of individuals regardless of the differences in opinion toward a common goal through means of discussion that encourages meaningful dialogue that respects all those individuals being led point of view. An ineffective leader is one who attempts to lead by use of their position through fear and intimidation. An ineffective leader often has personal agenda and conspires to serve that agenda and themselves. An ineffective leader does not lead a group toward a common goal, but attempts to divide and bully to serve their personal agenda. Mayor Rodriguez has consistently demonstrated an inability to effectively manage city affairs. The recent interaction between Mayor Rodriguez and Chief Jahanera, in which the mayor clearly threatens Chief Jahanera's employment, shows the unprofessionalism of Mayor Rodriguez and his clear lack of ethics. Furthermore, Mayor Rodriguez's lack of leadership, unprofessionalism, and lack of ethics are shown at each council meeting for everyone to see. Mayor Rodriguez has name-called, belittled, and talked down to fellow council members, city employees, and even residents, his own constituents. Mayor Rodriguez has even gone to the length of demanding the arrest of a resident at the city council meeting for the resident practicing their First Amendment right. 2, unorganized council meetings. Since being voted into office, Mayor Rodriguez's inability to effectively lead city council meetings has been put on display for all to observe. In addition to his inability to organize, ignite meaningful, respectful discussion and maintain order, Mayor Rodriguez's leadership has resulted in the city council members, City of Balcones Heights leadership, and concerned members of the community being kept at city council meetings until early hours of the morning on the day following the scheduled council meeting. As an elected leader of the city and the city council, it is a responsibility to ensure the smooth operation and efficiency of the conduct of the council meeting. He has outright failed in doing so. 3, lack of transparency. The mayor's administration has been marred with a lack of transparency in decision-making processes. The mayor has on multiple occasions at council meetings provided misleading information to the general public in an attempt to push his own agenda. The mayor has been conspiring with individuals to push his own agenda. The mayor has provided misleading salary amounts of employees to the city of Balcones Heights and has compared them to other city salaries in an attempt to show larger figures than are actually true. Whether he's doing this purposely or he truly does not understand the salary figures is unknown. Regardless of whether his presentation of false figures is a result of personal agenda or ignorance, this example shows that he does not possess either the necessary integrity or knowledge based on the effectively lead the city of Balcones Heights and do what is right for his constituents and the employees that work in the city. This is only one example of the mayor's lack of transparency. However, his withholding and factual information from general public is a disservice to his constituents and residents that we serve. The lack of openness creates distrust and prevents the community from engaging in meaningful civic participation. 4, ignoring public concerns. Despite repeated efforts by community members to raise concerns about key issues, Mayor Rodriguez has failed to engage the public in good faith. The mayor, as a public servant, has consistently attempted to misuse his position and the color of his office to mistreat individuals, remove their freedom of speech, and even threaten to have them arrested. This disregard for voices of the people has left many citizens feeling unheard, neglected, and in fear of retaliation. 5, ethical concerns. There are significant concerns regarding potential ethical violations under Mayor Rodriguez's leadership. A, demanding civil, criminal investigations be conducted with no factual evidence and wasting valuable resources in said investigation when the mayor knows the city is in a financial crisis. B, threats of arrest against a citizen speaking to council at a city council meeting. C, threats of loss of employment against the chief of police. D, conspiring with a council member to push the rats out, as Mayor Rodriguez put it. E, talking down to belittling narcissistic behavior to members of the city council, employees in City of Balcones Heights, and residents of the City of Balcones Heights. These are some but not all examples of ethical concerns Mayor Rodriguez has brought up during his term as mayor. These concerns not only tarnish the reputation of the mayor, but also threaten the integrity of its city governance. The mayor is creating a hostile work environment for the employees of City of Balcones Heights, and it is disruptive to the work environment in violation of council relations policy. 8, elected officials shall not create a hostile work environment towards employees by verbal, written, or physical presence which disrupts their work environment. If an elected official has knowledge of a hostile work environment, he or she will notify the city administrator. Given these ongoing failures, it is clear that Mayor Rodriguez is unfit to continue serving in his role as mayor. The people of Balcones Heights deserve a leader who is transparent, accountable, and responsive to the needs of the community. For these reasons, the Balcones Heights Police Officers Association respectfully urges the city council to take immediate action by formally addressing the grievance and consideration for a vote of no confidence in Mayor Rodriguez. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. We look forward to the city council's response and resolution on behalf of the citizens of Balcones Heights and employees of the city of Balcones Heights. Very respectfully submitted on behalf of the Balcones Heights Police Officers Association, signed Christopher Aguirre, Interim President, Balcones Heights Police Officers Association. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much for those words. Officer Walker. We have Officer Chris Aguirre. Officer Chris Aguirre, going once, going twice. Third, okay. Officer Aguirre's not here.
He's coming in the hallway, sir.
Well, he's not here right now.
I'm sorry,
Called
sir.
it 3
You-
times.
You gave. charge.
Okay, come on out.
No, he said,
You-
no, he said he's good.
These are, everything's been said that needs to be said, so we're good. So now we go to number 12.
May I be
Item number,
recognized?
discussion and possible action to revise the city council code of ethics number 13. I'll say either council that you'd like to move on this as far as a
Well,
motion to,
It's, I need to present the item, sir. So
well,
may I be
do
recognized?
you have a motion before we present the item? Because
Well, no,
you have to
the item
open it
needs
up
to
for
be,
discussion.
the item needs to be presented before there's a
No.
motion.
You first have to make a motion
No,
of how you want
you
to.
first need to present the item.
The way you do it.
You need to present the item.
Counselor, please inform him.
Well,
this is the way you
actually,
do it. You
there
have-
could, Mayor, there can be discussion before a motion. For example, this is his item, he can present it. Then upon his presentation, before there can be any further discussion, there needs to be a motion and
See,
second.
there was a complaint before because that's what I was doing before. And they said, you guys said, that's not right. You
No,
can't
sir.
be doing that. You need to.
It's
have a
his
discussion."
item, sir.
I know.
Mayor, it's his item. He has to present it.
Counselor, I'm
to-
just saying, this is what was told to me last time. And you asked
You,
me.
Mayor,
was-
I reviewed the video and that's not what you were told the last time.
What time was it, Mr.?
The meeting where I
Counselor,
was
what
not
meeting was
present,
that?
the meeting where I was not present.
What meeting? There's many meetings you were not present. What
No, there were
meeting?
not many meetings that I was not present.
There's more-
They were
more
meetings
history.
that were not scheduled on the regular scheduled meeting.
I'm just saying, I don't want.
I'm just telling, well, I reviewed the last 2 videos.
They weren't in that video, those 2
Okay,
videos.
well then I
It was
apologize, but,
way in the
but
beginning.
again, when someone has an item on the agenda, as Councilman Science has on this matter, he has the opportunity to present it before there's any,
Okay.
before council can discuss it any further.
I'm just going on by what y'all told me the last time. You need to make sure you call for the vote on it, and then after the vote, there's discussion. I read the rules, and that's what it tells you to do.
Mayor,
Robert's
you're
Rules of Order
correct
tells
when
you
it's
that.
an item placed by staff
Okay.
and so forth.
Okay.
So
then
that
let's
council can move forward, but
Let's move forward
because
with it.
there's memos and so
All
forth.
right,
This is
let's
the
get it
item.
out of the way so we can get out of here and move on down the line. Okay?
May I be recognized, Mayor?
Yes, you can, sir.
Thank you. So before,
Pertaining to this item.
well, no, it's
No,
before.
you cannot. You have
I
to
move
talk
to make a motion to overrule the mayor's
No,
decision
sir, you
to,
can't.
to remove Councilman Lysia.
You can't. You need to stay relevant to this item on the agenda. This is where we opened up. This is the item. I knew you were going to try to do that. You see, you're not following the rules. You want to break the rules where you go, as you go along the way. You can't do that.
Can we have a clarification from the
You
city
have to
attorney?
stick with the item on the agenda, sir. I'm the presiding officer,
Can-
okay?
Can we have,
No, I'm not wrong. You cannot jump around to items on the agenda, Mr. Sellers. You have to stay on the item.
I'm not, this is a point of order to the right of the council to discuss and
Mayor,
potentially
give us
overrule the
direction.
presiding officers.
Yes, sir. A motion's been made, and just for any assembly, when a motion is made, then it has to either be seconded or it dies for failure of a second.
Mr. Sellers, you have always done that, sir. I'm telling you right now, these are the rules, sir. So, okay, sir, whatever you think. So, motion's been made. We need a second to that motion, please. So we have a second to the motion on the discussion and possible action to revise the city council code of ethics.
No, he made a motion that's currently on the table and no
Okay,
one
and
has
what is
seconded.
that motion?
His motion was to reverse your decision to remove Councilman Saya. I have not heard a second.
How can you have a motion that we're not discussing on the agenda, sir?
Under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion, as long as it's an item on the agenda under Texas Open Meetings Act, but under Robert's Rules, a motion can be made, but there's no second. So the motion fails for lack of second.
Okay,
So
all right,
moving on to
Moving on.
the agenda item,
let's go number
no, to
12 then?
to
We're
the
going to
agenda
12
item.
now?
Yes.
Now we can move on. Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Counselor. Okay, item 12, Council Code of Ethics. Mr. Sign, let's make it kind of quick on
Thank
it
you.
because we want to
So-
get out of here.
So my proposal is to go through periodically go through our city code of ethics and our codes to ensure that they are enduring. So part of my job, my daily job, is to work with teams to address their processes and their procedures to ensure that when they reference another team's or another policy or law, that they are not overly specific, to make sure that they are enduring. So if there's any changes to those laws or rules or regulations or policies or procedures, that all the other ones that are addressing it don't have to be gone through and readdressed. So to make them more, like I said, enduring. So as an example, we have 31 teams that all reference a specific part of another team's process. And that other team the first team changed their process. So then we had to go through and work with all of the 31 teams to readdress all of their processes and procedures to make sure that all the language addressed or met the new process from the first team. So what I would like to do is go through and make sure that our ordinances and our codes are simplified and made more generic so that they, instead of specifically calling out chapter, verse, and paragraph and everything, that's if they refer to the local government code, that we say we will follow the policies or the procedures that are outlined in the local government code. So our current code of conduct is very specific on number 13. So I would recommend that we change it and say any sustained violation of the code of conduct by any council member are grounds for removal in accordance with the local government code. Any council member may only be removed from office in accordance with a local government code. And that makes it a little bit more generic. So that way, if there are any changes to the laws or anything at the local government code at the Texas level, we don't have to go through and always have to update our codes.
Okay. Is that it? Pretty much?
That's it.
Okay, so we don't have a quorum. There's no action
Yeah,
to
we
be
do.
taken?
We do have a
Yes, we
quorum.
do.
We do have a quorum.
You
We have
have-
3 council members,
You have 1, 2.
3 council members.
All right, so you want to have a motion for that and re-explain that again now? You want to simplify the code of ethics to basically clarify that it is in match with the local government code.
Right. We will follow the local government code.
Okay, and what specific are you looking under the code of ethics? What specific section? The entire code of ethics or just a specific?
Right now,
section?
the one I saw is 13, but as we go through, and not just our code of ethics, but all of our codes.
Okay, and let's
Code
read
ordinance.
what 13 is so the public knows what you're trying to accomplish.
Let me find it.
Under the,
No, I have it. I just need to find it on my. Okay, here it is. So it's very similar to the recommendation that I just made, except it is very specific. So it says any sustained violation of the code of conduct by any council members are grounds for removal in accordance with section 21.025 of the local government code. Any council member may only be removed from office in accordance with chapter 21, subchapter B of the local government code. So if for some reason the local government code gets updated and section 21.025 is no longer relevant, we would have to come through and here and update it anyways. So I'm just trying to ensure that our codes, and not just this one, but anywhere we see that as I go through and review these, that we'll be making these less specific to specific sections of the local government code, but just to say that we follow the local government code.
Well, it's pretty evident the local government code gives very specific language. And if you're looking at removal of an officer or a city council member, elected official, there are very specific language in the government code.
Right.
And they're very limited.
I'm not changing the local
They're very
government
limited.
code.
Malfeasance.
Yeah.
Misconduct. And the other one is which one?
Intoxication.
Intoxication.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
the other
changing
one
the
would-
local government code. I'm just saying that our ordinances should be
So
more
what's the
generic.
purpose? I don't understand. Why would you wanna-
I've been
why would
explaining
you wanna
it.
change that?
I've been explaining it this entire time.
I didn't understand.
Okay.
Did anybody else? Did
Oh.
you check? Did you understand it? The reasoning behind it? Okay. And, Mr. Valverde, you understand the reasoning behind it? Yeah. Okay, good. All right, so what is it that you would like to do, Councilman?
So I'll make a motion to approve the change to reflect what my recommendation was.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on it?
This is, I guess, the legal.
Your microphone's not on, Mr. Burton.
I'm talking to myself, I guess, sir. To be removed from office, that requires a judicial process, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. If you're removing me, city secretary, city administrator, you don't need a judicial process. It's a simply voting process. If you're wanting to remove an elected official, the local government code identifies a specific process that must be followed. Initially, a petition filed with a judge. The judge reviews the petition. If the judge feels it's warranted, the judge notifies the official that's being attempted to be removed to respond to that petition. And then it goes basically through a full-fledged hearing in front of a judge. Per the state law, the district attorney's office would prosecute it on behalf of the individuals who petition for the removal.
And we need this why?
What's the purpose behind it? Obviously, I feel it's probably targeting me because of everything that's going on. And we have our police politicking, organized opposition. You have employees coming out and organized opposition. Allegations are being made. They're not against you. They're not against Mr. Lasea. They're not against Mr. Burton, not against Mr. Sellers. They're all against me. And these allegations have not been proven to be true. And it is upon the individual that's making the allegations of the complaint, if they have a solid case, then go get an attorney and file a lawsuit. But you know what? They're not going to do that. And I'll tell you why they won't do that. Because there's no substance to the allegations. And not only there's any substance to it, but in that process is going to be a discovery process. And the discovery process is going to reveal a lot of the fallacies in the allegations because they're untrue. But you've not given me due process. What you want to do is you have been focusing on polarizing. You and Mr. Lasea have been focusing on polarizing this, and with the help of former elected officials and other people, that it's very obvious who it is connected together. And this has been causing a lot of problems for our city. All I am trying to do is I am an agent from the outside trying to make change, okay? We're trying to make change, and in trying to make this change, I'm bringing forth reforms that are not being agreed to. And it all started when I started talking about reversing back on COLA pay, when I started talking about, and what is it? Because I have a concern and I've always been fighting for the benefit of the taxpayer, for the residents that live here. Yes, I have concerns about the employees, but they're secondary to me. They're secondary because the citizens pay these salaries and very well-paid salaries. And so that these employees can come and do what they're doing and that they're not even respectful. Our
Mayor,
officers-
that's not relevant to
Okay,
this.
so let me stay relevant to this. So your purpose is very obvious why you're putting it on the agenda. And everything that you've put on, Councilman Sine, you and Lasea, has always been pretty much let's get the mayor. If the mayor says it's black, let's make it white. If the mayor says it's white, let's make it. Then let's gather these other individuals to gang up on the mayor so we can hinder him. And it's from day one before I even got into office. It's been that way with me. And I have brought up items after items after item. And so I don't think that we should be voting on this. And my recommendation is we should stay focused the way we started out this meeting. We started it out very well. I have been trying to work with everyone. I have stayed away from City Hall, which I was doing anywhere before, be doing that before. And I have tried to work with y'all on a very professional level and maintain a professional decorum. But when things occur the way they have, you force my hand to take actions that I've been taking. And so all I'm trying to do is what Mr. Valverde said. I'm trying to help my community reform. And because it doesn't sit well with employees, because it affects them, it's not my fault. It's the previous administration that caused these problems that we're trying to fix because of those faults. And we're trying to help our city progress and move forward, Mr. Sines. That's it. And so I think that you should
Thank you
be
for your
thinking
speech.
about-
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, so you call the question?
Call the question.
Then we move, let's call the vote. Yes, smell motion second, let's call the vote. Mr. Valverde?
Yay.
Okay, Mr. Burton, Mr. Sines, I'm sorry.
Yay.
Mr. Burton?
Hey,
Okay, 2-1. So it passed. Okay, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not afraid of anything because I know I'm not doing anything wrong. And I have broken no state law. I know the rules.
Sir, we're
and I
on to
know
the
law.
next item.
Okay, we'll do that. Just want to make sure you understand that. And that the public understands what I'm doing. So department reports, Q&A, police department, fire department, community development, economic development, and public affairs. Let's start with the police department.
No, sir, unless you'll have any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for the police department? Okay, I have not had a response back on the reserve program. Chief did over a month ago that I pretty much asked for. It's been a little over a month that I've asked for a report from your office regarding terminations, resignations of your officers, any type of problems that we've had in the department. How come that's not been forthcoming?
So on an email that you sent to Mr. Perales on September 9th, asking about clarification with an investigation, he responded, I believe it was on a biweekly report about, he altered my verbiage a little bit. My verbiage was that an employee falsified his time card. And I think he altered it on the biweekly report to let y'all know that it was, he altered a document, a department document. You wanted clarification on it on September 9th, and he had responded to you. You asked, Gilbert, please provide me more details regarding the continued administrative complaint investigation regarding an employee who falsified a city document. In a recent weekly update, he responded and said details will be provided once the investigation is completed. So I'm not sure if Mr. Lotta is updating you with what's going on. I've updated him with everything that's going on in
Yeah,
the
he
police
has.
department. So
But that's not what I was looking for, and I'm sorry. Just to clarify,
Oh.
what I was looking for is the email that I sent you specifically to provide from a certain date to the present date where we're at
Oh.
of all the terminations of all officers, all resignations, reasons for resignations, any pending litigation, things like that.
right, I wasn't done. So with this particular employee, so this went from that to something else. So it became, I would say, just snowballed into something bigger. So of course, we reached out to legal along with another termination from something else that we were looking at on another officer. So I'd like to say that I'm, knock on wood, I'm finally caught up. So now I can start working on, I believe you had sent the request that you're asking for. And then also Mr. Sines had asked for a request as well. So now I can get back to like our regular, like request duties. Because once again, we're being pulled left and right. So I should be able to get back on what you were requesting. I have the former employees, but I don't have everything else that you wanted from disciplinary because that's, you said all the way back from 2023 to current. At the time, I have to check the email when that date was, but it's disciplinary, it's write-ups, terminations. And remember, I clarified it and I asked you if that was just for the departed employees, and you said, no, that's everyone in the police department. So yeah, that's a lot.
All the police officers.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
lot. So I'm still working on it. As soon as I'm done,
When do
I'll,
you think you can get that to me? Do you remember the date that I sent that email to you?
yes, sir, I can research it.
Okay.
I can find out.
You should have it in front of you. Not, I can find it right here.
Oh, okay, you can
The
let me
date.
know.
The date of, that I sent the
I don't-
email, and I went through the proper channels.
Okay,
I went through City Administrator, Perales, and I asked him to request that information from you.
yes, sir, I have it.
So I utilized the proper channeling of
Mhm.
communication, which I've been accused of not doing.
Mhm.
And I do follow that. So
Okay.
can you give me when do your anticipated date to respond back?
I can't give
Within
you
a week or two?
No, sir.
I don't want to wait another month.
That's a lot of stuff. I was gonna say at least another 30 days if that's possible. I wanna
No,
make
that's
sure that-
not acceptable.
It's not acceptable?
No,
Okay.
and the reason is
Okay.
because I'm trying to get an analyzation of how your department is functioning.
Okay.
We've had a lot of problems.
In my
We've had-
department?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
we've had where we have
Mayor.
claims and stuff like that.
Mr.
And
Lawrence.
so I'm trying to find out your department, how it's operating. I'm trying to see how it's working.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Lotta.
Mayor and council, on something like that, I talked to the chief about that, because I know he's been busy recently with the actions that he had to work on. Really what we need to do is figure out a way, what is it, the information you guys want, and bring it to you on a monthly basis so that it's always updated. So in other words,
I'm looking for this specific information
no,
that I
but-
detailed in the
right,
email.
but to get caught up once we get caught up, we should be providing that information regularly so it doesn't, you understand what I'm saying? So y'all are
Right,
seeing
you
what's
should make it a practice to keep us informed
correct.
when you have resignations, when you have
Right.
potential terminations coming up.
Well,
things like that.
potential, I don't know,
Yeah.
but we need to figure out what that
Within
is
the
and what
confines of
format
law.
that is.
Right.
And so I'd like to work with y'all to figure out what is it, that report that you want at your council meetings or another meeting just through emails. So I can get staff to say, okay, this is what we're going to provide, and get caught up to a point so that, okay, going
Right.
forward, every action that we're doing that y'all want to be informed about, that we can do it
Okay.
in a more, but in a sterile way, so that if you have a question, you can follow up, but not to put something out there that's really not for public consumption, other than, hey, this is a termination that occurred, resignation that occurred, and then if you have a particular question about that particular
And
thing,
I
that would be
understand
easy.
those perimeters
Yeah.
that we operate under. That's why when I got the response back from Mr. Perales under investigation, I told him I didn't respond after that. I just left it alone because I let the system and the process take place.
Yeah.
And the same thing with any other questions I've had, for example, when we had the issue with the mall investigation on documents. I let the process take place. I didn't interfere. I didn't call the chief and say, I need updates. When I do something, I give it to the individual that's responsible for that department, and I leave them alone. I don't go over and try to nitpick them or micromanage them in any way whatsoever, the way it's been conveyed that I am doing. I don't do that. I allow these professionals, and all I want, each professional that I speak with on behalf of the citizens as the mayor of Balcones Heights, is to be able to maintain the pulse of the operation of the department to see if it's functioning efficiently or if it's functioning deficiently. And if it's functioning in a deficient manner, then we need to do something about it. And that person that's the head of that department needs to be responsible for those actions of his department. And so that's why I need the information to make an informed decision as to how I will proceed.
Correct.
from
And,
that
and,
point.
and again, that's my job to provide y'all that information. And that's why,
Right.
again, that was the previous.
It's been a couple of
Right.
months.
I
I've been wanting that information,
I
and
understand
I
that.
think 2 months is
Right.
calculated amount of
Right.
time that I think is a little bit unreasonable.
Right.
I think we could have that information.
So again,
sooner.
I'll work with the chief and we'll
Okay.
get you,
That's all
it may start off, this is how
Great.
beginning, and we'll continue
Once
to
I have the
improve it.
assurance, I'm
and
good.
We'll get it to y'all's satisfaction.
Okay, great.
You mentioned you're looking for a specific one. You don't want to share that, so I can.
Sure,
just-
it's shared in the email. It's specific. It's in that information of the email that I gave you.
Well, remember, Mr. Pedales didn't share
Okay,
that
so
with
look
me.
for it in your emails.
It's not in my email because I have
Okay.
Mr. Pedales's emails thread right here. But I
Okay.
mean, if you want to share it with me, I think I know what you're looking for. And like I said, shut me down if I'm sharing too much. Mr. Garza too,
I
Mr.
can-
Lotta.
I can
Because
provide it to you
I
so
know
we
it's
don't
been
spend too
confirmed who
much
you're
time,
working
but-
with and what they shared. It was actually confirmed this Friday on the employee that I terminated.
Let me see, I may
and
have it
who's
here.
feeding you the information.
No,
I'll-
see, quit
Yes,
doing that, sir.
But you have to.
Quit doing that.
You have
No.
to. Yeah, it is.
Nobody's
Because
feeding
you
me any
went on a rant
information,
about
Chief.
that
Chief,
you're
nobody's doing
going
that.
to be subject to having to like follow the complaint if with information that you're receiving about with counsel.
See, that's totally
But
disrespectful. and
I have it on body
insubordinate.
cam video and I have
Sir,
every
we're not even
case.
talking about that.
It is exactly what
Quit
it's talking
pointing at
about.
stuff that
And I
doesn't
want
need
to
to
share
talk
it. So
about.
when you ask for that
No.
particular case,
Sir,
I know what case it
sir,
is.
this is a
It
perfect
involves Lieutenant
example.
Herrera.
This is a perfect example of
It's
your
not a perfect,
insubordination,
oh,
sir.
now I'm insubordinate.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You're being disrespectful.
But
You
if I
don't see
can
the fire
prove that
chief.
that's what the
You
one
don't
that you're
see the
looking
fire
for.
chief doing that, do you?
Well, the fire chief, he's worried about incident.
He doesn't
command.
act that way. He
And-
doesn't
But you don't
conduct
treat the
himself
fire
that way.
chief. You told me you didn't trust me.
Do you know? But
And
see,
you don't
sir,
trust the
here you're
police
bringing
department.
up all kinds of stuff.
But the fire
But you see, the
department
fire
works,
chief does
functions
his
perfect.
job, sir.
Oh, I
He
don't do
doesn't
my job.
create any problems.
That-
His department doesn't create problems.
Okay.
You have a lot of
So
problems in your department.
What problems do I have?
You have lawsuits.
Mayor, we
You
are
have
off the,
cases.
we are off the agenda
Okay.
item.
Let's talk.
We're,
going on
we're
like
off the agenda. item.
Lawsuits, one lawsuit? It's not even a lawsuit, it's a
It's
claim.
been a bunch, sir.
Been a bunch, not
We've
under
had
my
a lot of
command.
problems in the
You better
department.
get your stories straight.
We have a lot of, you talk about the officer that was connected to the mafia in the past. You were part of that team in the
I
police
was
department.
in charge back then?
You were on the department.
I was on the department?
That's right.
Okay, well, you were the mayor, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were part of that
No,
led into
sir,
that,
I
right?
was not.
Okay, so you
I
just
was
want
the
to
mayor
point
in
fingers
2000.
with that. Okay, so I'm going to be blamed for everything that's
So
happened
I
in
will
Balcony
forward,
Heights.
sir, I will forward you, and I think Mr. Lotta, this is an example, perfect example of his insubordination.
Insubordination.
And I think you need to do something about that.
Yes, sir, yep.
We
you
had
need
that
to do
talk.
something
We need to
about
have
it.
a talk to him
Talk about it.
and straighten that out.
Yes,
Because
sir.
that's not acceptable behavior.
Not acceptable.
And that's exactly what happened in the confrontation we had.
Yes, sir. Why don't you and I have a talk, Mayor? Oh, but we can't have those talks because you don't trust me, right? And
I don't
you
have confidence in you, sir.
And same here,
And
like
you
I
just
told you
showed me
last
why
time.
I shouldn't have confidence in
I
you.
guarantee you, the record
see-
you're requesting. is
Mayor.
Theodore
Yes, sir,
Herrera.
we're off topic.
Yes, sir. And it'll be proven.
Thank
I'll
you
bring
very
it here.
much. Enough. Let's not,
Thank you
Don't-
very
don't-
much, Mayor,
don't incriminate
For your-
yourself any
for
further.
your great leadership. As
You're
you
the
can
city
see, nobody
administrator.
wants you
What are we
here
gonna do
anymore,
about
so.
that?
If,
You're the city administrator. What are we gonna do about that, Mr. Lotta? That's
Mayor,
unacceptable.
Mayor, you
I
don't
will,
have,
I will discuss with him.
I think you should take disciplinary action.
you don't have the authority to give him direction to
I'm not. I have
provide
the authority
disciplinary
to
action. But you don't have the authority to
Mr.
tell him
Stein,
how
you're
to
not-
be
All right,
recognized.
please, let's just move on. This is incredibly counterproductive. Let's go home, let's call this meeting and move forward. This is not good for the city.
Sir, we still need the reports from the other departments.
Yes, let's move forward. Chief Matakin, go ahead, sir. You have now the floor. Do you have anything to report?
I've got nothing to add with
Okay,
this
sir.
question.
I think you got everything done. Community development, do we have anything from there?
Do you have any questions? I have nothing to
Yeah,
add.
does anyone have any questions for community development? Do we have any economic development and public affairs, Mrs. Spence?
Continue to report.
Okay, the only thing I'll say on that is that on the, her defense, on the meeting that we had over at the mall, the town hall meeting was a success in terms of getting all the people together to come out there. We had a tremendous turnout. We have learned from that process. Mary and I have talked, Mrs. Spence talked about that. That learning process for us, we know what to do on the next one coming up in December. And I think it's not going to be a flat event like we had in terms of people coming out from the community. We're going to work on getting that done and
We can certainly hope.
I'll help as much as I can as well too. But kudos on getting that together with the groups. You did a fantastic job. And so thank you very much. And on other things you've been doing. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? Okay, great. Then let's go ahead and announcements by city, by comments by mayor and council members. What do we have? Anything? Anyone? Mr. Burden?
The meeting on the sixth that we agreed to, is it gonna? Are we
Special
gonna,
call meeting?
we're gonna bring up trash, right?
Yes,
And what was the other one? I forget.
be trash and anything else that somebody feels we need to bring up.
No, there was another one that we,
It's beyond it has to be on the agenda, so.
Yeah.
there was another one that we needed to bring up that we were gonna discuss. That's right. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, great. It was what now?
Uh, about the trash. front of
Okay,
trash,
great.
And
And-
city administrators.
Okay, great. Okay. City admin and trash. Got it. Okay, well, staff has made a note of that. If there's anything else that council wants to put on, at that point, bring it on and let's put it on the agenda. Okay, great. Let's move forward. Announcement by city administrator. Anything, Mr. Lotta?
No.
Okay, none. Then we have any agenda item request by the mayor, council members placed on a future council agenda. That's to be determined on our special call meeting. Let's have a motion to adjourn if we don't have anything else. We don't have an executive session.
Second.
So we have first and a second, Councilman Sines, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Valverde?
You
Mr.
just,
Sines?
aye.
Mr. Burton?
Aye.
Great. Okay, we got 3-0. Let's adjourn. Move forward.
The time, Mayor,
Time
please.
is going to be exactly 10:01 PM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.